This audiobook reveals the hidden architecture behind manifestation, not just what to think, but how to become the version of you who naturally attracts what you desire. Through identity shifts, energetic alignment, and subconscious reprogramming, you'll discover how to stop chasing outcomes and start embodying the frequency that bends reality. In the stillness between thoughts, where silence hums louder than noise, there exists a doorway. Most never notice it. They move through life believing the mind is theirs, a tool to think with, a machine to control, a vessel of private thoughts and opinions. But this belief is the first illusion, and it's the one that keeps all other illusions in place. The truth is far stranger and far more powerful. The mind is not yours. It is a portal. Imagine it, not a container, but a corridor. Not a generator, but a receiver, a finely tuned instrument humming across frequencies you've never consciously dialed into. What you call your thoughts are often borrowed transmissions, echoes from collective fear, societal conditioning, ancestral memory. When you listen without awareness, you unknowingly tune into these channels, mistaking static for signal, confusion for clarity. But when you awaken to what the mind actually is, everything changes. The ancient mystics understood this. They didn't try to think better thoughts. They trained their awareness to rise above the mental chatter, to access deeper wavelengths. They saw the mind as a bridge to something vast, to the field, to the infinite, to source. And through that bridge, reality was not only perceived, it was shaped. There was once a violinist in 1931 Berlin named Emil Hartmann. He was not extraordinary by most measures. He played well, but lacked passion. That changed the morning he sat beneath a willow tree in the Tiergarten Park, overwhelmed by thoughts of failure. In that moment, he gave up. His thoughts stopped, not from discipline but exhaustion, and into that silence came something else. A melody, crisp and alive, not from memory, but from somewhere else entirely. Emil grabbed his journal and began transcribing. The composition that emerged would become his first masterpiece. Critics hailed it as divinely inspired, but Emil knew the truth. He hadn't composed it. He had received it. What happened to Emil was not a miracle. It was a glimpse of the portal, a rare moment when the static dropped and the true signal came through. When you begin to see your mind as a portal, you no longer try to force change through effort alone. You realize your job is not to think harder, but to tune deeper, to align your awareness like a dial, to become the open channel through which the unseen becomes seen. This is where manifestation truly begins, not from the surface mind, but from the current beneath it. The sacred insight is this: your thoughts are not the source of creation. They are the signal of your station. Change the station, and the entire broadcast of your life changes. Tonight, before you sleep, sit in silence. Ask no questions. Offer no affirmations. Simply allow your mind to become still, as if waiting for a transmission. You may notice subtle imagery, a phrase, a shift in sensation. Do not chase it, receive it. Trust that in the space between thoughts you have entered the threshold of the portal. And from that space, all things become possible. Long before a thought forms, before a word arises, before emotion takes shape, there is something else. Silent, formless, yet undeniably present. It is the awareness that notices the thought, the stillness that watches the mind race, the space that allows the inner dialogue to exist at all. This is consciousness, and it comes before everything. Most live their lives in reverse. They believe thought creates awareness, that they must think in order to know, to be, to exist. But in truth, it is consciousness that gives rise to thought. Thought is the ripple. Consciousness is the ocean. And just like the ocean is not disturbed by the wave, consciousness remains untouched by whatever thoughts pass through it. There was a woman in 1946 named Lillian Foster, who worked as a nurse in a small coastal town in Maine. She was known for her steadiness, calm during crises, warm in her silence, clear even when others panicked. When asked how she stayed so grounded, she simply said, "I listen before I speak. But more importantly, I feel before I think. What she meant was not emotional impulsivity. It was that she sensed the moment from a place deeper than words. She didn't live from thought. She lived from presence. One morning, a child was rushed in after a boating accident. The other nurses froze. The injuries were grave. But Lillian, without a word, moved into action with precision and calm. Later, doctors said the child's survival was near impossible. Yet it was Lillian's presence that had anchored the entire room, not her thoughts, her awareness, her consciousness. You see, when you operate from consciousness before thought, something extraordinary happens. Life slows down, patterns become visible, reactions soften. There is no need to rush, because you're no longer trying to escape the present with mental noise. You're inhabiting it fully. And from that still center, reality responds with clarity. Consciousness is not a product of the brain, it is the backdrop behind the brain's activity. It doesn't arise from thinking, it is what thinking arises within. This is the great reversal that turns manifestation inside out. If you try to think your way to a new life, you stay stuck within the old program. But when you rest in consciousness, you bypass the noise and drop into the origin of all creation. Tonight, try this before reacting to a thought. Pause. Notice it. Feel the silence beneath it. Let yourself become aware of being aware. You'll find that the thought dissolves, but the awareness remains. That awareness is your true power. It existed before your name, before your story, before the mind was ever trained to think. The sacred truth is this: you do not manifest with thoughts, you manifest with consciousness. Thoughts are tools, but it is the consciousness holding them that determines the shape of your life. And when you shift from being lost in thought to resting in awareness, reality begins to obey the one who sees, not just the one who speaks. There is no outside. What you see, what you experience, what you call reality, is nothing more than your inner state projected onto the screen of the world. It is not personal, but it is precise. It reflects not what you say you believe, but what you actually hold within. Your reality is not created by others, nor by random chance. It is a mirror, perfectly polished, faithfully echoing your innermost frequency. Most walk through life believing that their circumstances are separate from their consciousness. They think reality is objective, that events just happen, that life is something to react to. But this is the grand illusion. The world outside you is shaped by what exists inside you. When your thoughts, emotions, and identity shift, the mirror reflects a different image. Not because the world has changed, but because you have. There was a man in 1929 named Harold Green who ran a tailor shop in downtown Detroit. For years, he complained of difficult customers, slow business, and constant setbacks. His days were filled with frustration, and it showed. Buttons would break, fabric would tear, machines would jam. He blamed the economy, blamed others, never once questioning what he was bringing to the room. One morning, after yet another argument with a client, he sat in the quiet of his shop, exhausted and ashamed. In the silence, a realization dawned. Every interaction, every problem seemed to match his own inner chaos. It wasn't them, it was him. From that day forward, Harold began shifting himself before opening the doors. He would stand in the back room, breathe deeply, and imagine himself as calm, gracious, and at peace. He carried this energy into each stitch and conversation. Within weeks, the clientele changed. Friendlier faces, easier interactions, word spread, his shop flourished. But the neighborhood hadn't changed. Harold had, and the mirror responded. You must understand, the mirror does not lie. It does not judge. It simply reflects. If there is chaos outside, look inward. If there is rejection, ask what part of you is still rejecting yourself. If life feels heavy, examine the weight you carry in your thoughts. This is not blame, it is liberation. Because if the world reflects you, then you have the power to change the reflection by changing the source. Tonight, observe your world as a reflection. Walk through your home, your relationships, your job, not as separate realities, but as mirrors of your beliefs. Notice the patterns, the way people speak to you, the way opportunities arrive or don't. Then go within, change the tone, shift the frequency, and the mirror must adjust. The sacred insight is this: your outer world is not fixed. It is reactive. Every moment is a feedback loop. The question is not, why is this happening to me, but what is this showing me about me? The mirror does not distort. It simply responds. When you learn to read the reflection with clarity, you no longer fear reality. You sculpt it. Everything you see, touch, and interact with is powered by a silent force beneath the surface: belief. Not the beliefs you recite aloud, but the ones you hold unconsciously, the ones etched deep into your nervous system. These are not opinions. They are frequency codes, and together they form a power grid that supplies energy to every corner of your reality. Imagine your life as a city lit up at night. Every belief you hold is a power line running from the center of your consciousness to a specific area of your life: money, relationships, health, identity. If a belief is strong and aligned, the lights stay on. If a belief is fractured or outdated, the power flickers or fails altogether. Most people try to fix the external without ever realizing the blackout is coming from within. In 1937, a young woman named Eleanor Fields moved to St. Louis with dreams of opening her own flower shop. She had talent, charm, and an impeccable eye, but year after year her efforts failed. Loans fell through, partnerships collapsed, and opportunities dissolved. At the advice of an old family friend, she began keeping a journal, not of her thoughts, but of her beliefs. She wrote down everything she believed about success, money, and self-worth. One entry stopped her cold: "People like me don't get to have nice things." It wasn't a thought, it was a hidden belief, woven into her childhood, passed down like a family heirloom. As long as that belief lived in her, no amount of strategy or action could override it. Her power grid was short-circuited. Over the following weeks, Eleanor began the slow work of rewiring. Each day she wrote a new belief: "It is safe to thrive. My beauty is valuable. I am allowed to receive." These were not just affirmations. They were rewiring commands. Her nervous system resisted at first. Decades of patterns don't dissolve overnight. But she persisted. She breathed these beliefs into her body, spoke them to her reflection, lived them in small, courageous ways. By spring, a shopkeeper on Main Street offered her a sublease she hadn't even asked for, a florist's vacancy, fully equipped. Within a year, her business was flourishing, but the real change had happened months earlier, when she rewired her internal grid and restored power to her potential. What you believe, you power. What you deny, you disconnect. Beliefs are not passive. They are voltage. They energize or deplete. They illuminate or darken. The world does not respond to what you want. It responds to what you believe you are allowed to have. Tonight, take inventory. Walk through the city of your life. Where are the lights off? Where does it feel like things never quite click? Then trace the wire. What belief is feeding that circuit? And what new belief could restore its power? The sacred insight is this: the quality of your life is not determined by your effort, but by the strength of your internal wiring. Shift the belief and the grid comes alive. Behind every event, coincidence, delay, and breakthrough lies a hidden design, not drawn in ink or etched in stone, but coded into the vibrational architecture of your consciousness. You walk through circumstances as if they are random or fixed, but the truth is, each one unfolds according to an unseen blueprint, one that you carry within you at all times. You don't see this blueprint with your eyes. You feel it. In the way familiar patterns keep showing up. In the way certain people seem to echo your deepest doubts or reinforce your quiet hopes. Most mistake this for fate or luck or the will of the world. But it's not the world. It's your energy blueprint being projected outward into form. In 1942, a man named Walter Briggs worked as a train conductor in Ohio. His life was routine. Same route, same schedule, same quiet dissatisfaction. He wanted more, but couldn't name it. He often blamed circumstances, saying he'd missed his chance or that the world had no room for men like him. One evening, a young passenger asked him, "How long have you wanted to own your own travel company?" The question stunned him. He had never spoken it aloud, but the truth was buried in his bones. That night, Walter sat in his room and traced his life backward. Every strange detour, every lost job before becoming a conductor, every conversation he'd had with tourists and travelers, they all pointed in one direction. A blueprint had been unfolding. He just hadn't seen it yet. From that point forward, he began to live as if his circumstances were not obstacles, but instructions. He listened for the pattern beneath the noise. When his train was rerouted through a new city, he asked questions, made connections, took notes. Within 2 years, he opened a small travel office. By the end of the decade, Briggs & Company had grown into a regional tour company. You must understand, circumstances do not appear at random. They are invitations. Every challenge, delay, or redirection contains coded intelligence. If you respond unconsciously, you loop. If you respond with presence, the blueprint reveals itself. The universe is not waiting to punish or reward you. It's waiting for you to recognize the map already unfolding in your experience. And that map is drawn not by desire alone, but by alignment. When your inner frequency shifts, the blueprint updates. Doors you couldn't see before begin to shimmer into view, and what felt like chaos starts to make elegant, sacred sense. Tonight, reflect not on what is happening to you, but what is unfolding through you. Look at your recent experiences. Ask, if this is not a problem, what is it guiding me toward? If this is not random, what is it architecting? The sacred insight is this: circumstances are not bricks. They are blueprints. They do not trap you. They shape you. And when you decode them, you no longer ask for the path. You walk it, because you finally see you've been on it all along. There is a space most never notice, a silent, invisible canyon that exists between wanting something and actually becoming the version of yourself who lives that reality. That gap is not time, it is identity, and it is where most dreams are lost, not because they are impossible, but because people remain in the energy of wanting instead of stepping into the frequency of being. To want is to acknowledge separation. It says, "I do not yet have." It quietly affirms, "This version of me still lacks." Even when cloaked in vision boards and positive mantras, wanting carries within it the whisper of distance. Being, on the other hand, is immediate. It is the embodiment of already. It is the silent decision that says, "This is who I am now," and reality has no choice but to follow. In 1935, a woman named Clara Bell worked at a department store in Atlanta. Every lunch break, she walked past a boutique window and stared at the elegant gowns. She dreamed of being a designer, but her hands folded shirts and her lips muttered someday, until one afternoon she caught her reflection in the glass. Not just the longing in her eyes, but the posture of a woman who had not yet claimed her life. That moment shattered something. She went home and found old scraps of fabric. She created a single dress, not for sale, not for approval, but as an act of becoming. She wore it the next day. Something shifted. The manager asked where she bought it. A customer offered to buy one just like it. Within weeks, Clara was designing full-time. The boutique she once stared into became her own store 2 years later. Her life didn't change because she wanted harder. It changed because she became. This is the quiet paradox of creation. The more you want, the more you reinforce that you are not. But when you drop into the identity of the one who already is, your outer world recalibrates. Not because you're tricking the universe, but because you've finally aligned with the self that reality recognizes as the match for your desire. Most people wait for the evidence to feel the state, but the masters step into the state first, and the evidence arrives as a mirror. The delay isn't in the universe, it's in the gap between your current identity and the one that your dream already belongs to. Tonight, ask yourself, who would I be if this desire were already real? How would I speak, dress, move, decide? Then be that, not to get anything, but because that is the truth of who you are becoming. The sacred insight is this: wanting keeps the future far. Being collapses it into now. Your dream is not waiting for you to work harder. It's waiting for you to stop rehearsing and start embodying. Close the gap, not with time, but with identity, and watch as the world rushes in to reflect who you've already decided to be. Most believe they are thinking their thoughts, that each idea, worry, or vision originates from within and flows outward, but this is only half true. Beneath the noise of everyday thinking lies something deeper, something older than language, faster than logic. It is not a thought you generate. It is a thought that generates you. There is a subtle presence that exists before your preferences, before your opinions, before your sense of self was ever formed. It is the thought that thinks you into being. Not a sentence, not a voice, but an originating frequency, a primordial awareness that gives shape to your mind, your identity, your world. You do not summon it. You arise from it. In 1926, a man named Elijah Reed lived a quiet life as a lighthouse keeper off the coast of Maine. Days were simple, marked by routine and silence. He had long given up on poetry, a passion he had buried beneath practicality, until one stormy night, as the sea raged and winds howled against the windows, a single line arrived in his mind, not from effort, but like a bell ringing from another realm. It said, "The light does not wait for the dark to end." He wrote it down, then another line followed, and another. By morning he had penned an entire poem that seemed to emerge fully formed. When he shared it with a passing traveler weeks later, that traveler sent it to a literary journal in New York. Months later, Elijah's forgotten name was lighting up conversations among scholars and artists. But he knew the truth. He had not written it. He had remembered it. He had tuned into the thought that already existed, the one that had been thinking him all along. You see, the mind is not a machine. It is a receiver, and your truest inspirations, your deepest clarity, come not from mental strain, but from aligning with the intelligence that precedes you. The mistake most people make is trying to force thought from the surface. They wrestle with problems, chase ideas, and push against mental noise, never realizing the answers live below that turbulence, waiting for silence to become the gateway. There is a current always running, beneath your doubts, beneath your plans. When you become still enough to feel it, it speaks, not always in words. Sometimes in images, in sensations, in a quiet knowing that bypasses logic altogether. It is the thought that thinks you, the pattern behind the pattern, the origin behind your entire sense of identity. Tonight, stop trying to think. Instead, let yourself be thought. Sit in stillness and ask nothing. Simply allow awareness to open. Whatever arises, receive it, not as a product of effort, but as a gift from the source that knows your name without needing to speak it. The sacred insight is this: you are not the thinker. You are being thought into existence by a consciousness so vast, it doesn't need your permission to work miracles. All it needs is your willingness to listen. Intention is powerful. It gives direction. It sets focus. It clarifies what you want to experience. But intention alone is not enough. You can want, affirm, and visualize all day long, yet still find yourself stuck in the same loops. Why? Because identity always overrides intention. The universe does not respond to what you want. It responds to who you are. You can set the intention to attract love, but if your identity is still rooted in abandonment, love won't feel safe when it arrives. You can intend to build wealth, but if you still see yourself as someone who just gets by, the wealth will slip through your fingers. Identity is the energetic container that determines how much you can receive, hold, and embody. It is the broadcast frequency beneath every word, every action, every expectation, and that frequency always wins. In 1948, a man named Raymond Ellis decided to open a bookstore in Chicago. He had passion, he had vision, and every morning he set clear intentions for success. But month after month, the store barely broke even. He changed marketing strategies, he revised his goals, he practiced affirmations. Still, nothing shifted, until one late winter evening while shelving a shipment of books, he overheard a child ask his mother, "Is he the owner?" And the mother whispered, "No, I don't think so. He looks like one of the workers." Raymond stood there frozen, not from offense, but from recognition. He realized he had never truly embodied the identity of an owner. He still dressed like an assistant, still spoke with hesitation, still waited for validation from people who had no authority over his worth. He had intention, but not identity. That week, everything changed. He arrived early, dressed with dignity, spoke with certainty, and reorganized the store as if it were a prized extension of his soul. He stopped asking, "How do I get more customers?" and began acting like someone who already had them. Within months, traffic increased. Publishers began reaching out, and his store became a cultural hub on the block. But the world didn't change first. He did. This is the hidden principle behind all lasting transformation. Intention creates possibility, but identity creates inevitability. When you become the version of yourself who naturally attracts the experience, effort dissolves. What once felt like chasing becomes receiving. Tonight, ask yourself this, not "What do I want?" but "Who would I be if I already had it?" Feel into that version. Speak from that place. Make decisions from that perspective. Because once your identity catches up, intention becomes unnecessary. You don't have to wish for the future when you're already living from it. The sacred insight is this: the universe listens less to your requests and more to your embodiment. It does not fulfill dreams. It mirrors identity. And when your inner world matches the reality you desire, the outer world adjusts like a lock clicking open to the right key. Most are taught that success comes from pushing harder, doing more, grinding longer. They believe that effort equals outcome, that force creates results. But the deeper truth, the one whispered by mystics, artists, and sages, is this: frequency shapes reality far more powerfully than force ever could. What you do matters less than the energetic state from which you do it. The frequency you embody is what life listens to. Not your effort, not your willpower, but your vibration. Force is exhausting because it is rooted in resistance. It comes from the belief that things won't happen unless you make them. It's a frantic negotiation with reality, often built on fear. But frequency is different. It is silent, magnetic, and precise. It doesn't push, it pulls, it doesn't plead, it radiates. And whatever matches that inner signal must come not through struggle, but through resonance. In 1939, a pianist named Evelyn Marks played nightly at a jazz club in New Orleans. She was talented, flawless technique, impeccable timing, but for years her music went unnoticed, lost among the noise. She played harder, faster, louder. Still, no one really listened. One night, frustrated and exhausted, she arrived at the club with nothing left to prove. She stopped trying to impress and instead played the melody that had been in her heart for weeks. A soft, haunting tune filled with emotion. She dropped the performance and played from presence. The room went still. People stopped talking. Glasses froze mid-air. The air thickened with awe. For the first time, Evelyn wasn't forcing the notes. She was the music. Her frequency had changed, and so had the world around her. Within a month, she was invited to record her first album. But the shift didn't come from doing more. It came from being different. Force manipulates. Frequency aligns. Force tries to bend the world to your will. Frequency lets the world bend to your essence. And the irony is, when you stop pushing, everything you once chased begins to arrive because it finally has a place to land. You must understand, the universe is not mechanical. It is vibrational. It doesn't hear your plans, it feels your energy. When your frequency says "I trust," outcomes organize themselves around you. When your frequency says "I am," the need to convince disappears. When your frequency says "it's already mine," resistance vanishes, and what you once fought for arrives effortlessly. Tonight, pause before acting. Ask not, "What should I do?" But what state am I in? Let that question guide your next move. If you're operating from fear, wait. If you're acting from alignment, proceed. Action from force creates friction. Action from frequency creates flow. The sacred insight is this: your energy is your strategy. You don't need to push harder, you need to tune higher, because the world doesn't reward the most forceful. It responds to the most aligned. And when your frequency speaks the language of your desires, reality listens with perfect clarity. Reality does not happen to you, it happens through you. What you perceive as the outside world is not being broadcast into your mind like a radio signal. It is being projected outward from your internal state like light through a film reel. Your mind is not a receiver waiting to be fed experience. It is a projector casting your beliefs, assumptions, and emotional frequencies onto the blank screen of the world. And what you see outside is always a reflection of what's playing within. Most people live as if life is showing them the truth. They believe in evidence, facts, and what just is. But what they call facts are often reflections of internal programming they've forgotten they installed. They don't realize they're watching their own beliefs acted out in the theater of experience. They don't realize the projector is running 24 hours a day. In 1944, a school teacher named Helen Crawford lived in a small town in Idaho. She considered herself plain, overlooked, never quite chosen. She said these things often, without thinking. "I'm just not interesting," she'd joke. "People always forget me." Over time, that became her truth. Students ignored her. Friends forgot invitations. Opportunities passed her by. She took it all as confirmation of who she was. Then one day, after attending a psychology lecture at a nearby college, she wrote something strange in her notebook. "What if I've been showing the world a slide that says, 'Ignore me'?" That one thought changed everything. The next morning, before class, Helen stood in front of the mirror and imagined changing the slide. She whispered, "I am worth noticing." Not as a pep talk, but as a new broadcast. She adjusted her posture, made deeper eye contact, spoke with just a bit more certainty. The shift was subtle, but the results were not. By the end of the week, students were volunteering answers. Her supervisor complimented her lesson plan. An old friend called unexpectedly. Nothing had changed in the world, except the film she was playing. This is the power most never use. They try to fix the screen when the reel is broken. They argue with what they see instead of changing the frequency behind it. But when you remember that the mind is the projector, you stop begging reality to change. You start changing the image being cast. Tonight, reflect on this. What slides are you projecting without realizing it? What beliefs are playing behind the scenes? If your life were a film, what script would it be based on, and who wrote it? The sacred insight is this: reality is not shown to you. It is shown from you. When you shift the film in the projector, the story changes. The characters behave differently. The setting transforms, and life begins to reflect not what's been, but who you've decided to become. Turn inward, adjust the light, and project something beautiful. Beliefs are not just thoughts you repeat. They are not simply ideas written in a journal or statements you recite in front of a mirror. Beliefs live deeper. They are stored in the very fabric of your nervous system, embedded in your emotional responses, encoded in your body's posture, your voice tone, your daily patterns. Most people try to change their lives by changing their thoughts, but the real work begins by understanding where beliefs are actually stored and how to access them. You don't think your way into your beliefs. You feel your way into them. Beliefs are shaped by repeated emotional experiences, especially during moments of vulnerability, fear, or deep joy. The body records those sensations. The subconscious stores the conclusions. Over time, those conclusions become your baseline, your inner reality, and the world is forced to mirror them. In 1933, a boy named Samuel Cole lived in a farmhouse in Kansas. One summer, after a hailstorm destroyed the family's crops, he overheard his father curse the land and say, "Nothing good ever stays in our hands." Samuel didn't think much of it at the time, but something in his small chest tightened. A subtle agreement was made. By the time he was an adult, Samuel had become a skilled carpenter. But every time success approached, be it a contract, a promising deal, or a chance to expand, something would fall apart. A delay, a misstep, a sudden cancellation. It was as if life itself conspired to take things away from him. It wasn't until his 40s that Samuel, after speaking with a traveling spiritual teacher, revisited that moment in the barn. He didn't just remember the words, he felt them in his body. The heaviness, the ache, the silent belief he had never realized he'd carried. Nothing good stays. That belief wasn't just in his mind. It was stored in his nervous system, activated every time joy or abundance came too close. Healing began the moment he stopped fighting the pattern and began feeling it. Each day he practiced holding the sensation of having and keeping something good. He breathed into the discomfort. He rewired the emotional loop. Within a year, his business stabilized, his relationships deepened, and for the first time he felt safe being happy. Beliefs don't live in words. They live in repetition. They live in how you walk into a room, how you receive compliments, how you handle silence. They live in the reactions you don't question, the stories you tell without realizing you're telling them. Tonight, don't ask yourself what you believe. Ask your body. Watch what happens when you imagine doubling your income, finding deep love, or being fully seen. Does your chest open or close? Does your stomach settle or twist? That is where your beliefs live. The sacred insight is this: the mind stores ideas, but the body stores truth. And until you change the emotional wiring that holds your beliefs in place, no affirmation will stick. Go where the real beliefs are stored, not on the surface, but in the sensations you've never questioned. That is where transformation begins. Most of what you think is you is not. The beliefs you carry, the fears you feel, the way you respond to life, much of it was never truly chosen. It was absorbed. Layer by invisible layer, the mind is shaped not in isolation, but through inheritance. From your parents, your culture, your early environment, the mind you wake up in each day is not a blank slate. It is an echo chamber filled with voices that are not entirely yours. Children don't learn beliefs through explanation. They learn them through emotion, through tone, through repeated exposure. A mother who sighs every time she opens a bill teaches scarcity without saying a word. A father who stiffens when the topic of dreams comes up plants the idea that ambition is dangerous. A culture that praises conformity while punishing authenticity writes invisible rules into the subconscious, rules that govern behavior long after they are forgotten. In 1928, a girl named Florence Bell grew up in a strict religious household in Mississippi. Her parents were kind but deeply fearful. They warned her often about the dangers of pride, the sin of desiring too much, and the shame of standing out. Florence learned early to shrink herself. She was bright, curious, imaginative, but kept her thoughts quiet, her dreams quiet, her brilliance hidden beneath polite silence. By the time she was 30, she had become everything her upbringing applauded: modest, obedient, and utterly lost. It wasn't until she moved to New York and met a group of writers that something inside her stirred. They spoke freely. They questioned everything. They lived in a way that made her realize how small her inner world had become. One evening, after a conversation about freedom, she went home and stood in front of a mirror for an hour, saying nothing, doing nothing, simply asking herself, "Who am I when no one is watching?" That question unraveled everything. For weeks, she journaled not what she believed, but where it came from. She traced fears back to her mother's caution, her discomfort with money back to her father's anxieties, her silence back to a teacher who once mocked her curiosity. One by one, she returned each belief to its source. Not in blame, but in recognition. This is the path of the conscious mind: to reclaim your mental space, to separate the signal from the noise. Not everything you think is yours to keep. Much of it was handed to you by people who were merely repeating what was handed to them. Tonight, ask yourself gently, what belief do I live by that might not be mine? Where did I learn that love must hurt, that joy must be earned, that success must cost peace? Trace it back, not to judge the source, but to free yourself from its echo. The sacred insight is this: the inherited mind can only run your life if you mistake it for your own. But the moment you hear the echo for what it is, a door opens. And on the other side of that door is the real you, unwritten, unbound, and finally ready to think your own thoughts. The bookstores are filled with techniques, vision boards, scripting, affirmations, candle rituals, countless methods promising transformation, each wrapped in hope and urgency. And yet, for most, they do not work. Not because the techniques are flawed, but because the state behind them is misaligned. You cannot trick the universe with words while vibrating in doubt. You cannot paste images over a belief system that says, "This is not for me." The technique is only as powerful as the identity and frequency behind it. Most manifesting fails not for lack of effort, but for excess of fear. The rituals become desperate attempts to control reality. The affirmations are whispered from a place of unworthiness. The visualizations are imagined with a subtle backdrop of disbelief, and so no matter how polished the practice, the result is delay, confusion, or silence. Because the energy behind the method always speaks louder than the method itself. In 1941, a man named Robert Ames tried every manifesting trend of his time. He carried good luck charms. He recited prosperity phrases before bed. He followed full moon rituals to the letter. But each month, his finances grew tighter. One evening, after another failed attempt to attract a loan, he sat at his desk and finally asked the question he had avoided for years: why do I need all these rituals to feel worthy of abundance? The question shattered something. He realized he had never believed abundance was natural. He thought he had to beg for it, dress it up with candles and incantations, prove himself to some invisible force. All the techniques were built on a foundation of inner lack. They weren't tools, they were distractions. From that night on, Robert stopped the rituals, not out of cynicism, but out of clarity. He chose a new approach: embodiment. Each morning he asked one question: what would a wealthy man do today? And he lived that answer in small, grounded ways. Not pretending, not hoping, being. Within months, his business took a turn. New connections arrived. A steady stream of clients replaced the drought. But the real shift had happened before a dollar came in, when he no longer used techniques to mask his disbelief, but aligned his identity with the outcome he desired. Techniques are tools. They are not magic. They are not the source. They are the bridge. But the energy that walks across that bridge must be in harmony with the world you wish to enter. Otherwise, it's like dialing a phone number with no signal. The motion is right, but the connection never forms. Tonight, ask yourself, why am I doing this technique? Is it from joy or fear? From alignment or desperation? If you stopped doing it, would you still believe the outcome was coming? The sacred insight is this: manifesting begins not with what you do, but with who you are while doing it. When identity and energy align with desire, the technique becomes a formality. But when they don't, the universe doesn't hear your words. It hears your doubt. There is a voice that speaks inside you, not always loud, but always there. It questions your worth. It doubts your decisions. It rewinds your past and predicts your failure before you've even begun. This is the inner critic, and it's not the voice of truth. It's the echo of old pain, stored fear, and inherited limitation. Yet most live their entire lives mistaking it for guidance. The inner critic does not shout. It whispers. It wraps its words in logic. It tells you it's being realistic, that it's protecting you. It sounds familiar, even parental. That's because it was born in childhood, often from the fragments of unmet expectations, disapproving glances, and moments where love felt conditional. The inner critic was formed not to harm you, but to help you survive. But survival and creation are not the same. What kept you small once now keeps you stuck. In 1930, a seamstress named Ada Bennett worked in a small tailoring shop in Boston. She was meticulous, gifted, and quietly dreamed of launching her own fashion line. But every time she sketched a design, a voice rose within her. "Who do you think you are? It wasn't hers. It sounded like her late aunt who had raised her with stern discipline and little praise. That voice had become her ceiling. One afternoon, a traveling artist visited the shop and complimented a simple pattern Ada had created. She laughed it off, diminishing her work. But the artist paused and asked, "Was that you speaking just now, or someone else still living inside your mind?" The question haunted her. That night, Ada wrote a letter, not to the artist, but to the voice. She addressed it directly. "You helped me once. You kept me cautious. But I'm not a child anymore. I don't need a protector that uses shame as a leash." She read the letter aloud by candlelight and felt something shift. Over the following weeks, Ada began replacing the voice, gently, consciously. Every time the critic rose, she replied, not with argument, but with clarity. "That's not my truth anymore." Eventually, a new voice began to form, not a delusion, but a grounded inner guide, a quiet encourager. Her business grew slowly, then steadily, and for the first time in her life, Ada walked without apologizing for her brilliance. The inner critic cannot be defeated with rage or suppression. It must be seen, understood, and then replaced. Not with blind positivity, but with embodied truth. It is not your enemy, it is a relic, and once you stop mistaking it for your voice, it loses its grip. Tonight, sit in stillness and listen, not to argue, but to observe. What is the voice saying, and whose voice does it remind you of? Then write a new response. Speak a new truth. Train the mind to hear you. The sacred insight is this: the critic may have helped you survive, but it cannot help you thrive. Only the voice of your future can do that, and it's been waiting for you to speak louder. People often imagine the subconscious as a locked vault buried deep beneath awareness, a mysterious chamber storing secrets, traumas, and forgotten memories. But this image is misleading. The subconscious is not a passive container. It is not sealed off, holding memories like dusty archives. It is active. It is dynamic. It is a script, being read, acted out, and projected onto your reality every single day. Whether you're conscious of it or not, your life follows the lines it has written. Every belief, assumption, and emotional imprint you've absorbed is stored not as dormant data, but as living code. And that code doesn't just sit, it speaks. It directs your behavior, colors your choices, and quietly shapes what you expect from the world. The subconscious is always running in the background, delivering its lines with perfect timing, often without your permission. And the universe, like an obedient stagehand, arranges props and players to match the scene. In 1925, a man named Henry Doyle worked as a ticket clerk at a Grand train station in Philadelphia. He dreamed of becoming a playwright. He wrote in secret, filling notebooks with dialogue and stage directions, but he never submitted a single script. "They wouldn't take someone like me," he told himself. It wasn't laziness, it wasn't fear of hard work. It was something deeper, an unseen line, and then his inner script that said, "You're meant to watch, not create." That line had been written when he was 12. A school teacher once read his short story aloud, then smirked and said, "Stick to what you're good at, Henry." That single moment was recorded, not just as memory, but as truth. And his subconscious built a script around it. Play it safe, stay small, don't try. Years later, a stranger left a notebook behind at Henry's window. Inside was a quote scribbled in pencil: "Your reality is only a performance of the script you forgot you were following." That line hit something deep. That night, Henry reread his own writing, not from a place of hope, but from a place of why not. He submitted a play anonymously. It was accepted. Within 2 years, his name appeared in playbills across the city. The subconscious doesn't care if the script is true or false. It only cares that it's familiar. And until you read it with awareness, it keeps playing out the same roles over and over. You don't change your life by forcing new scenes. You change it by editing the script. Tonight, ask yourself, what pattern keeps repeating in your life? What reaction rises without warning? Trace it back. Find the line. When did you first hear it? Who spoke it? Then, for the first time, write a new one. The sacred insight is this: you are not the character in the play. You are the author. And the moment you take the pen back from your subconscious, the stage lights shift, the cast changes, and the story finally becomes your own. The mind is not linear. It moves in loops, thought loops, emotion loops, reaction loops, patterns that play on repeat, not because they're true, but because they're familiar. These loops become the architecture of your reality. And unless they're interrupted, they rebuild the same world again and again, even when you try to change. You might want a new life, a new level of peace, abundance, love, but your mind is wired for repetition, not because it's broken, but because it's efficient. The subconscious seeks familiarity, not fulfillment. And once a loop is formed, I'm not good enough, things never work out for me, love is dangerous, the mind starts scanning reality for proof, and whatever it finds, it stores as evidence to repeat the cycle. In 1937, a man named Ellis Monroe worked as a telegraph operator in Wyoming. He had lost a business years earlier, and since then, he carried a quiet belief: I'm a failure. Every job he took, every conversation he had, that belief whispered beneath the surface. When someone praised his work, he brushed it off. When an opportunity arose, he second-guessed it. It wasn't that the world was against him, it was that his mind kept looping the same inner dialogue, and reality obediently reflected it back. One afternoon, Ellis misread a transmission and sent the wrong message to a neighboring station. It was corrected within minutes, no harm done. But his supervisor pulled him aside and said, "You always assume the worst about yourself. That's your real mistake." That night, Ellis sat with that sentence. He realized he had been responding not to the present, but to the past replaying in his head. His loop wasn't just a thought, it was a filter. Over the next few weeks, Ellis began writing down every self-critical thought as it arose, not to judge them, but to see the pattern, the same phrases, the same doubts, again and again. Slowly, he started inserting new lines, different thoughts, not always believable at first, but interruptive. Maybe I'm more capable than I think. What if this goes well? The loops didn't disappear overnight, but they began to bend. And as they shifted, so did his life. This is the truth most overlook. Your reality doesn't repeat because the world is stubborn. It repeats because your mind is. And every time you feed the loop with the same reaction, you reinforce the very version of life you're trying to escape. Tonight, watch your thoughts like a silent observer. Which ones return again and again, regardless of what's happening? Which ones arrive before anything has even gone wrong? Those are your loops, and they are not prophecy, they are programming. The sacred insight is this: the moment you recognize the loop, you create a gap. And inside that gap is the power to choose something new, not with force, but with awareness, because the loop only survives if it runs unnoticed. Shine light on it, and the cycle breaks, and when the mind bends, reality follows. The mind does not remember, it revises. It is not a neutral historian carefully preserving facts. It is an editor, cutting, rearranging, dramatizing, and deleting according to your emotional narrative. Memory, though treated as sacred truth, is not a mirror of what happened. It is a mirror of what you felt about what happened. And over time, that mirror warps. Most people live under the weight of their past without realizing that the past they carry isn't real. It's an interpretation, a version edited and re-edited through the lens of identity, trauma, and belief. The same event, when remembered a decade later, often carries a new meaning, not because the event changed, but because you did. And the mind, ever loyal to your current self-concept, alters the past to match the present story. In 1940, a woman named Lorraine Davis taught literature in a small town outside Montreal. She had always believed she wasn't cut out for love. A high school heartbreak had lodged itself in her chest like a thorn, and she recited the same story for years. He humiliated me. He never loved me. But one day, while sorting through old letters in her attic, she found a sealed envelope she'd never opened. It was from that boy, an apology, tender and raw, written the night he left town. He had loved her deeply but was forced to move for family reasons. Her memory had edited that part out, because pain had needed a villain, not a circumstance. That letter shattered her illusion. It wasn't the boy who had broken her heart. It was the story she'd told herself afterward. The real wound wasn't rejection. It was the belief she built from it. I am not lovable. Her mind had edited reality to support the belief, and she had lived inside that version for over 2 decades. You see, your mind protects you by shaping memory to match your current emotional blueprint. It highlights moments of fear if you live in anxiety. It dims moments of joy if joy feels unsafe. It's not trying to deceive you, it's trying to preserve your identity. But preservation is not evolution, and to grow, you must challenge the edited version of your past. Tonight, revisit a memory that has defined you, especially one that hurts. Ask, what am I assuming about this? What part might I have left out? What might someone else outside my emotional lens have seen? Not to excuse, but to expand. Because healing doesn't come from forgetting the past. It comes from seeing it differently. The sacred insight is this: your past is not fixed. It is flexible. And the mind that once protected you through careful edits can also liberate you through new ones. You are not bound by the history your mind has written. You are the author now, and with awareness, you can revise the story until it no longer hurts to remember. Not all memories are thoughts. Some live in the body. A room can feel heavy without reason. A voice can trigger sadness you don't understand. A scent can collapse time. This is emotional memory. It bypasses logic, ignores explanation, and speaks in the language of sensation. It is the residue left behind by experiences the mind couldn't process, but the body never forgot. Most people assume they're reacting to the present, but often they're reacting to the energy of the past, still alive, still lingering. This residue isn't visible, but it's real. It's in the way your chest tightens when someone raises their voice, even if they mean no harm. It's in the way you flinch at kindness because somewhere, long ago, kindness was followed by betrayal. These are not random emotions. They are echoes. In 1931, a man named Thomas Weller worked as a clerk in a bank in Illinois. He was meticulous, polite, always composed. But behind his eyes lived a quiet panic. He feared making mistakes, even the smallest ones. When a pen rolled off his desk, his body would tense. When someone asked him a simple question, his hands would sweat. No one else noticed. But Thomas did, and he hated it. One evening, while organizing old files, he came across a childhood drawing tucked between 2 sheets. It was his, a messy crayon picture of a house and a family. On the back, written in careful script, were the words, "Sloppy, do it again." The handwriting belonged to his father. In that moment, something clicked. His fear of mistakes hadn't started at the bank. It had started in that living room decades ago when perfection was the price of love. The criticism was long gone, but the energetic imprint remained. That night, Thomas didn't try to fix himself. He did something different. He sat in silence and allowed the sensation to rise. The tightness, the tension, the trembling. Instead of pushing it away, he felt it fully, giving space to the emotion that had never been allowed. He didn't analyze it. He honored it. And something began to loosen. You see, emotional memory doesn't leave through thinking. It leaves through presence, through witnessing, through allowing the body to finally release what it has been carrying. Energetic residue clings only when it goes unacknowledged. When you stop trying to erase it and start letting it move, it dissolves. Tonight, pay attention not to what you think, but to what you feel in your body. Where is the tightness? What emotion lives there? Don't rush to name it. Just feel it. Breathe with it. Let it speak. The sacred insight is this: the body keeps the score not to punish you, but to complete the story. Every unprocessed emotion is simply asking to be seen, felt, and freed. You do not have to relive the pain, but you must reclaim the part of you that got left behind in it. Because once the residue lifts, the present finally becomes yours to live fully, not just survive. There is a strange comfort in pain that you've known for a long time, a quiet seduction in suffering that's become familiar, not because it feels good, but because it feels safe, predictable, understandable. It's the ache that becomes background noise, the sadness you can manage, the fear that stays within your control. Most people don't stay in suffering because they want to. They stay because it feels like home. The mind prefers the known, even if it hurts. It would rather endure the pain it understands than risk the uncertainty of something new. Joy feels unstable. Peace feels unfamiliar. Freedom feels threatening when your nervous system has been wired to survive. And so, the very things that could liberate you feel suspicious. And the very suffering you long to escape becomes your security blanket. In 1938, a woman named Beatrice Langley lived in a quiet town in Vermont. She had lost her fiancé 10 years prior, and since then her life had been a ritual of quiet sorrow. Every morning she walked the same path, read the same letters, lit the same candle by his photograph. Her friends urged her to move on, but Beatrice couldn't, not because she didn't want happiness, but because grief had become her identity. Letting it go felt like letting him go. And beneath that, a deeper fear stirred. Who am I if I'm not grieving? One spring, a neighbor's child wandered into her garden and asked innocently, "Why do you always look so sad when the flowers bloom?" The question pierced something in her. She realized she hadn't felt the sun on her face in years, not because it hadn't shone, but because she hadn't allowed herself to receive it. That evening, for the first time, she didn't light the candle. She sat in the garden instead, and the silence that greeted her was terrifying, not because it was empty, but because it was new. You see, suffering can be seductive because it gives you a role to play. It gives you certainty. But healing requires stepping into the unknown. It requires letting go of the story you've told yourself for so long that you've forgotten it was a choice. It requires saying yes to peace, even when peace feels like a stranger. Tonight, ask yourself, what pain have I kept not because I love it, but because I know it? What emotional pattern feels safer than the possibility of joy? Notice how the body reacts to change, not in logic, but in sensation. That resistance isn't weakness, it's wiring. The sacred insight is this: familiar suffering is not truth, it's repetition. And the moment you choose to feel uncomfortable in joy rather than comfortable in pain, you begin to rewire the script. Not instantly, not perfectly, but bravely. You don't have to prove your worth through suffering. You only have to remember that peace is not the reward. It's the original state, the one you forgot, and the one waiting patiently for your return. It doesn't always look like a prison. Sometimes it looks like routine, like predictability, like quiet days where nothing changes, not because everything is perfect, but because everything is safe. The comfort zone whispers with familiarity. It offers control, repetition, and the illusion of peace. But over time, that illusion hardens into walls, and what once felt like safety becomes a cage. The comfort zone is not comfortable because it brings joy. It's comfortable because it protects you from risk, from failure, from exposure, from uncertainty. It convinces you to settle for less, not because you deserve less, but because you fear more. And slowly, your dreams don't die from rejection. They suffocate from stillness. In 1932, a man named Everett Shaw ran a modest barber shop in Indiana. Every day looked the same, open at dawn, close at dusk, trim and repeat. But Everett had once dreamed of becoming a photographer. In his youth, he captured images of strangers and landscapes, imagining galleries and books. Yet over time, the shop became his excuse. "The town needs me," he'd say. "This is stable." And though he was respected, there was a dullness behind his smile, a quiet knowing that he had traded purpose for predictability. One afternoon, a traveler entered his shop with a camera slung over his shoulder. While trimming the man's hair, Everett asked about his journeys, the places he'd seen, the people he'd photographed. As the traveler left, he handed Everett a small print and said, "Don't wait until you've got nothing left to risk. The door's always been open, you just stopped walking through it." That night, Everett opened the box that held his old camera. It was dusty, untouched for decades. His hands trembled, not from age, but from fear, not of failure, but of awakening. You see, the comfort zone isn't about physical limits. It's about energetic ones. It's the space where you've convinced yourself that this is enough, even when your soul knows it isn't. It's where you talk yourself out of applying, of calling, of changing, because what if it doesn't work? But the real question is, what if it does and you're not ready to receive it because you never left the cage? Tonight, examine the edges of your routine. What do you do not because you love it, but because it feels safe? What dream have you postponed in the name of stability? The comfort zone isn't bad, it's just temporary. But when temporary becomes permanent, aliveness fades. And when aliveness fades, so does possibility. The sacred insight is this: the walls of the comfort zone are built from belief, not stone. And the lock is not on the outside, it's in your mind. You don't need to demolish it, you only need to step beyond it, one trembling decision at a time, because on the other side of the cage is not danger, it's the life you keep saying you want, waiting for the moment you finally reach for the key. Your thoughts are not random, they are rituals, tiny repeated codes that train your nervous system to expect life a certain way. Every thought sends a signal, not just to your body, but to reality itself. And most of these thoughts are old. Hand-me-downs from childhood, repetition loops from past wounds, echoes of voices you never chose to internalize. But here's the truth most never realize: thoughts can be upgraded. And when you upgrade your dominant thought patterns, your life follows. An unexamined thought is not just a sentence, it's a spell. You repeat it enough and it becomes a belief. That belief becomes a behavior. That behavior becomes a pattern. That pattern becomes a life. But all of it started with a thought that once felt harmless. In 1935, a young woman named Elsie Cartwright worked in a bakery in Portland. Every day she whispered under her breath, "Just don't mess up," as she folded dough and checked temperatures. It seemed innocent. But over time, she noticed that even small mistakes, a burnt edge, a crooked cut, made her entire body tighten with shame. One morning, she burned a tray of bread and muttered, "I always ruin things." The words struck her like a slap, not because they were true, but because she'd never questioned them. That night, she sat down with a notebook and asked herself, "What thoughts am I rehearsing every day?" The list that emerged was sobering. I'm not good enough. I'm always behind. People forget me. She read it aloud, then cried, not because the words hurt, but because they'd been running her life without permission. Elsie began a simple practice. Each morning, before speaking to anyone, she picked one thought to upgrade. Just one. "I always ruin things" became, "Every mistake makes me better." "People forget me" became, "I leave a mark wherever I go." She wrote the new version on a card, carried it with her, whispered it into the dough. At first, it felt like a lie, but the body doesn't care if it's true. It cares if it's repeated. Within months, Elsie moved from the back of the bakery to designing recipes for the storefront window. Her energy changed, and so did her results. The ritual is simple. Catch a thought, upgrade it, repeat it, not to force a belief, but to offer your mind a new option, one it has never rehearsed, one that makes expansion possible. Tonight, scan your day. What thoughts came through you most often? Which ones limited you, constricted you, made you play small? Write them down, then choose just one. Upgrade it, replace it, not with fantasy, but with something that opens space. The sacred insight is this: Thoughts are not harmless. They are blueprints. And every time you upgrade one, you lay down new architecture for your future. You don't need to believe it right away. You only need to practice it like a ritual. Because with enough repetition, the new thought becomes the dominant signal, and the signal always becomes the shape of your life. Reality does not arrive on a fixed schedule. It bends, folds, and accelerates based on your alignment. Time is not linear. It's flexible, like fabric. And one of the most powerful ways to bend it is through mental rehearsal. When you rehearse the future with enough clarity, emotion, and frequency, you collapse timelines. You draw distant outcomes into your present, not through effort, but through embodiment. The future is not waiting, it's responding. And the faster you become the version of yourself who lives the outcome, the faster that outcome has to arrive. Most people wait to feel ready. They wait for proof, permission, external cues. But the universe doesn't respond to waiting. It responds to resonance. When you rehearse the future like a memory instead of a hope, you remove the energetic distance between now and then. In 1946, a man named Leonard Briggs dreamed of being a jazz composer. He worked as a janitor in a music hall in Memphis. Each night he mopped floors beneath the echo of melodies, and though he never shared his dream aloud, he had a secret ritual. After the hall emptied, he would sit at the edge of the stage, close his eyes, and imagine his name in lights. He saw the crowd. He felt the applause. He even bowed. He rehearsed the entire evening as if it had already happened. He did this for 2 years. No one knew. But one evening, a pianist arrived early and overheard Leonard humming a tune. The pianist asked what it was. Leonard said it was just something in his head. The musician insisted he write it down. That melody became the opening track on a live album recorded the next month. Leonard's name was printed on the sleeve. He didn't get lucky. He got ready. You see, mental rehearsal isn't fantasy. It's preparation. It's a vibrational act. The more real your future feels in your nervous system, the faster your external world organizes itself to match it. You don't have to know how it will happen. You only have to rehearse what it feels like when it already has. Tonight, sit with the version of your life you want most. Not as a wish, but as a scene. Picture it with detail. Where are you? What does your voice sound like? What are you wearing, saying, doing? Don't observe it. Be it. Walk through the moment as if it were a memory, because to your subconscious there is no difference between a vividly rehearsed event and a real one. The sacred insight is this: the future is not summoned by desire. It is summoned by familiarity. The more often you walk through the scene, the faster it walks toward you. Rehearsal collapses the timeline because it removes the distance. And when distance disappears, so does delay. What you feel ready for begins arriving, not someday, but now. Your reality reflects who you believe you are, not what you want, not what you say, but who you be. Identity is the core signal the universe listens to, and unless that signal shifts, nothing else does. Goals will stall, affirmations will fade, progress will reverse. But when identity changes, everything else reorganizes. That's why you must stop trying to manifest outcomes and start encoding identity. And it must be done daily. The self you are now is the echo of past repetition, not just in action, but in thought, posture, emotional state. The more you rehearsed being uncertain, unworthy, small, the more your world confirmed it, not because it's true, but because identity becomes structure. To shift your outer world, you must interrupt the inner signal and install a new code, deliberately, consistently, daily. In 1939, a woman named Marianne Rowe worked in a textile mill in North Carolina. Each morning she walked the same route, wore the same coat, drank the same weak coffee. She had once dreamed of being an author, but no one in her family had ever left the mill. Her mother once told her, "People like us don't get lives like that." And she believed it, not consciously, but cellularly. It became part of who she was. One day, after finding a torn book on a bench, she began writing again. Not pages, just sentences. She scribbled them on scraps of cloth, receipts, matchbook covers, And each morning before walking to the mill, she read them aloud. Then something more radical. She began dressing as if she were already a writer, just a touch, different shoes, a scarf. Then she started introducing herself in secret moments, not as worker, but as writer. She said it softly at first, like a secret she was afraid to tell herself. It changed everything. She wasn't waiting for a publisher. She wasn't waiting for proof. She was installing a new identity, bit by bit, day by day. Within 2 years, her short stories were circulating through literary circles. But the shift didn't begin when the world recognized her. It began when she did. Daily identity encoding is not performance. It is practice. You choose one aspect of your future self, not the whole thing, just one element, a thought, a habit, a way of speaking, moving, dressing. And you install it today. You act from it, speak from it, embody it as if it's already yours, not to fake it, but to inform your nervous system that the shift has already begun. Tonight, ask, who do I want to be, and what does that version of me do every day that I am not yet doing? Then pick one piece, make it a ritual, speak it into the mirror, walk it into the room, write it into your posture. The sacred insight is this: your identity is not set, it is chosen, then encoded. And the more often you install the future self into the present moment, the more the world is forced to respond, not to your effort, but to your essence. Logic can plan a life, but it cannot create one. Thought can shape intention, but it cannot shape reality without its missing counterpart, emotion. Emotion is the key code that unlocks the gate between desire and manifestation. It is not just a reaction. It is the frequency that speaks louder than words, thoughts, or action. It is the language the universe listens to most clearly, and yet most try to create their lives from intellect alone, wondering why nothing changes. You cannot manifest a life you are emotionally disconnected from. You can script goals, recite affirmations, visualize outcomes, but if your emotional body is not aligned, your reality will stall. Why? Because the subconscious does not understand concepts. It understands feelings. If a new belief isn't felt, it won't stick. And if your emotional state contradicts your intention, the emotion will win, every time. In 1929, a man named Franklin Ellis worked as a mechanic in Missouri. He had big dreams of starting his own auto shop, and every year he wrote it down as a resolution. But each time he came close to taking a step, fear kicked in. Not a dramatic fear, but a low hum of tension in his chest, a quiet dread in his stomach. And so every year the goal stayed on the paper. One night, after a particularly long shift, he sat in his garage and asked himself, "Why am I afraid to have what I say I want?" The question led him into a deeper truth. It wasn't failure he feared. It was feeling exposed, seen, vulnerable. He had been raised to keep his head down, to not ask for too much. And beneath his ambition lived guilt. That emotion, not his plan, was what had been running the show. That night, Franklin began a new practice. He stopped writing goals and started cultivating emotion. Every morning he asked himself, what would it feel like to already be that man? What would pride feel like in my chest? What would confidence feel like in my spine? And he practiced feeling it before there was any evidence, before the shop existed. He breathed into the emotion until it felt natural. Within months, his demeanor changed. People began asking for his help. A neighbor offered to co-sign a lease. The building appeared. The business followed. But the breakthrough didn't begin with action. It began with emotion, the original password to the version of life he was asking for. You must understand, emotion is not a byproduct of change. It is the engine. And when you embody the emotion of the future in the present, you collapse the delay between them. Because the universe doesn't wait for your plan to be complete. It waits for your vibration to match your desire. Tonight, ask yourself, what would joy feel like? Abundance, belonging. Practice the emotion, not as hope, but as a daily frequency. The sacred insight is this: when emotion codes your vision, Manifestation is no longer delayed. It becomes inevitable, because the future doesn't respond to words. It responds to how you feel when you say them. Words are not decorations, they are commands. Every sentence you speak is a blueprint, a signal, a structural instruction whispered into the field of reality. Language is not passive, it is formative. It does not describe the world as it is. It shapes the world into what it becomes. Most speak unconsciously, unaware that their casual phrases are shaping timelines, reinforcing identities, and instructing their subconscious to obey old limits. You do not speak about your life, you speak it into structure. When you say, "I can't catch a break," reality receives that as a request and begins organizing circumstances to fulfill it. When you say, "Nothing ever works out for me," your words solidify into walls and possibility fades. It's not magic, it's mechanics. Language is the tool consciousness uses to bend matter. In 1944, a teacher named Eloise Graham lived in a small village in Yorkshire. She was beloved, kind, but quietly defeated. Her favorite phrase was, "That's just my luck." She said it when her shoes wore out, when the weather ruined her garden, when a letter arrived late. She meant no harm, but over time that phrase became a spell she cast over her own experience. Her students even began mimicking it. "That's just our luck," they'd sigh. One morning, a visitor from the city, a young journalist, observed her class and remarked, "You have no idea how powerful your voice is here." Eloise brushed it off, but later that night, the comment echoed in her mind. She opened a notebook and wrote down every phrase she said regularly. The list startled her. Phrases like, "I'm always tired," "I'm not good with money," "That never works for me." She realized she was narrating her own limitations daily. The next week, she made a new list, not affirmations, but instructions. She didn't write, "I will be happy." She wrote, "I create happiness in my space." Not, "I want abundance," but "I circulate wealth with grace." She spoke these sentences quietly each morning, like prayers with spine, not wishful, commanding. Over time, her tone changed, her posture, her energy. She no longer allowed herself to casually declare defeat. She spoke structure. Within the year, she was promoted, invited to speak publicly, and began mentoring teachers across the county. But the shift had started in her language, when she stopped describing her life and started designing it. Tonight, listen to yourself, not critically but consciously. What do you say when things go wrong? When you talk about your future, about your body, your worth? Your voice is not just an expression, it is the sculptor of your experience. The sacred insight is this: your mouth is not just for speaking, it's for summoning. Words build walls or open doors, and once you speak a truth consistently, it hardens into structure. So speak carefully, speak deliberately, speak as the architect of the life that has been waiting for your voice to call it into form. Most people think visualization is about seeing an image in the mind, like watching a movie of your future. But this is only the surface. True visualization isn't about watching, it's about becoming. It's not a passive daydream, it's an immersive state of identity. You don't manifest what you see from afar, you manifest what you embody from within. The difference is subtle, but it changes everything. To see something is to observe. To become something is to merge with it. And when you merge with a vision, you collapse the distance between you and what you desire. The mind doesn't know the difference between something vividly imagined and something physically experienced. So when you feel your future with such depth that it becomes your current emotional reality, the subconscious receives it as truth, and reality begins to bend accordingly. In 1942, a man named Julian Roth lived in a crowded boarding house in New York City. He worked long hours as a shoemaker and dreamed of being a sculptor. At night, he would stare at the ceiling and picture his hands molding clay. But no matter how detailed the vision, he always ended the night with the same sentence: "Maybe someday." His visions were beautiful, but they were distant. He was watching himself, not being himself. One day, while resting on a park bench, Julian noticed a child sculpting mud into a face. The child had no training, no tools, no doubt, only presence. Julian realized in that moment that the child was the artist, not someday, but now. That evening, Julian closed his eyes not to see a sculptor, but to become one. He felt the weight of the clay in his hands, the rhythm of breath while shaping a figure, the smell of damp earth, the pride of finishing a piece. He didn't watch the scene, he lived it in his body. From that night forward, something changed. He began to wake earlier, set aside coins, ask questions about studios. Opportunities emerged slowly at first, then all at once. Within a year, he was selling small busts at local markets. And by the end of the decade, his name appeared in art circles. But the transformation didn't begin in the real world. It began when he stopped watching and started becoming. Visualization works when it stops being cinematic and starts being cellular. You must feel the scene as if it is already encoded in your nervous system. Walk through it, breathe through it, smell it, touch it. Let it possess you until your body no longer knows it's pretending. Tonight, sit with your deepest desire. Don't just look at it, step into it. Not as a spectator, but as the one who already lives there. The sacred insight is this: the universe responds not to distant visions, but to embodied identity. Visualization is not about watching the future, it's about wearing it. And once you wear it often enough, life has no choice but to tailor itself around you. There are moments when your thoughts betray you, when your logic tells you it won't work, that you're not ready, that nothing's changing. In those moments, it's easy to spiral, because thought feels convincing. But there's something stronger, something faster than thought. It's the feeling state, and when used correctly, it overrides even the most persistent doubts. You don't have to fight your mind, you only have to feel differently than your thoughts suggest. The subconscious doesn't obey your logic, it obeys your frequency. And frequency is set not by intellect, but by emotion. This is why the person who feels worthy, even if they don't have all the evidence, manifests faster than the one who knows they should feel worthy but doesn't. Feeling is the code, and it can override belief, memory, and mental resistance in a single breath, if it's strong enough. In 1933, a woman named Henrietta Klein lived alone in a small apartment in Berlin. Her life had become dull, routine, gray, unchanging. Every morning she woke with the same thought: nothing ever happens for me. She tried journaling, affirming, reasoning with herself, but the thoughts always returned. Until one Sunday, in the middle of washing dishes, a song came on the radio. Something about it cracked her open. She laughed, she danced, she forgot herself. For 3 minutes she felt like the woman she used to be, alive, radiant, free. Nothing external had changed, but everything within her had. The next day, for the first time in months, she applied for a position at a nearby art gallery. 2 weeks later, she was hired as a receptionist. The job led to connections. The connections led to opportunity. But the real shift had occurred during that song, when a new feeling broke through the cement of her old identity and rewired her trajectory. You see, thoughts can argue, they can delay, but feelings move faster. When you drop into a powerful emotional state, joy, confidence, certainty, you override the mental loop that says you can't. The mind might still chatter, but it can no longer lead. The trick is to intentionally generate these feeling states, daily. Not when life gives you a reason, but especially when it doesn't. You must train your body to feel the future now, to feel the success before the deal closes, to feel the love before the relationship begins. Not to fake it, but to lead with it. Tonight, choose one emotion that matches the life you're creating. Confidence, peace, joy, gratitude. Breathe it in, expand it. Feel it in your chest, your spine, your fingertips. Hold it, even if your thoughts disagree. The sacred insight is this: your mind doesn't have the final word. Your emotional state does. When you learn to feel from the version of you who already has what you desire, you override the program. And the program doesn't need fixing. It just needs a new emotional signal to follow. One breath of certainty can outpower a lifetime of doubt. Start there. There is a moment each morning when the world has not yet solidified, when your thoughts are still soft, your identity still malleable. Most people rush past it, straight into obligation, distraction, reaction. But this is the most powerful window of your entire day. The mind is most impressionable just after waking, and in that vulnerable space, you are given a choice. Reinforce who you've been or install who you are becoming. The morning mirror protocol is how you choose the latter. The mirror is not just a piece of glass. It is a portal, a place where you meet the version of yourself the world has yet to see. It reflects not only your features but your frequency. And when used intentionally, it becomes more than a reflection. It becomes a transmission. In 1947, a man named Walter Jameson lived in St. Louis. He was a mailman by trade, quiet and kind, but invisible to himself. Each day he passed by shop windows and mirrors, barely glancing. One morning, after a sleepless night wrestling with dreams of a different life, he stood before his mirror and did something unusual. He looked, truly looked, not at his clothes, not at his aging face, but into his eyes. And for the first time he said aloud, "There's more to you than this." It felt awkward, but something inside him listened. The next day he did it again. He added one sentence, "You are not just surviving, you are waking up." Within weeks, Walter began dressing differently, walking taller, speaking more deliberately. By the end of that year, he had written a short book of poetry inspired by his daily mirror conversations, lines he spoke first to himself. A local publisher took interest. His life didn't change because he wished it would. It changed because he used the mirror to reintroduce himself to reality. You see, your reflection is not static. It responds, it listens, and when you speak identity into it, clearly, confidently, consistently, it begins to echo it back into the fabric of your day. The protocol is simple. Each morning, before checking your phone, before absorbing the world, stand before the mirror, not to judge, but to declare. Speak from the version of yourself you are becoming, not in hope, but in truth. Say it out loud. I am clear, I am capable, I am magnetic, I am already aligned with what I seek. Say it like you're informing the mirror of a reality it needs to reflect. At first, it may feel hollow, but the mirror remembers, the body remembers, and soon, your nervous system will begin to believe what your voice tells it, especially when spoken first thing, before the old self fully wakes up. The sacred insight is this: the world will mirror who you are, but first, you must. Every day is a rehearsal for the life you're creating. So meet yourself at the mirror and speak your future into your face until it no longer feels like becoming, until it simply feels like you. There is a conversation happening inside you every day, quiet, constant, and often unnoticed. It weaves through your actions, under your breath, behind your smile. This is your inner speech, the private narration of your life. Most dismiss it as harmless background noise, but it's not. It's the programming language of your reality. What you say to yourself, about yourself, becomes the instruction your subconscious delivers to the external world. The outer events of your life are not random. They are organized by the energy you hold, and inner speech is the signal that stabilizes or scrambles that energy. If your internal dialogue is filled with doubt, complaint, and self-criticism, don't be surprised when life responds with friction, delays, or missed opportunities. Your inner voice is not commentary. It's a command line, and the universe responds accordingly. In 1936, a woman named Clara Benton worked at a telephone exchange in Kansas. She spent her days connecting other people's conversations, always listening, rarely speaking. Her life felt small, invisible, but her inner world was loud. Every morning she would think, "I'm just background, no one sees me." She didn't say it aloud, but she didn't have to. Her energy said it for her. One evening she overheard a line from a radio program. "Your world becomes what your words expect." The sentence hit something deep. That night she began a quiet experiment. Before sleep, she whispered 3 phrases: I am seen, I am essential, I am expanding. She didn't believe them at first. They felt foreign, but she repeated them anyway, softly, privately, faithfully. Weeks passed. Then one day her supervisor asked her to train new employees. You have a way of making things clearer, he said. A month later, she was promoted. Within a year, she was managing the exchange. Her life didn't shift because someone gave her permission. It shifted because she rewrote the script. Inner speech doesn't need volume. It needs consistency. You speak to your subconscious through repetition and emotional charge. And when you change the way you speak to yourself, you recalibrate the filter through which you experience life. This is how you program outer events, not by begging, not by forcing, but by speaking differently within. Before making a decision, notice the internal narration. Is it fear or faith? Before entering a room, what are you telling yourself about who you are? Before starting your day, what story are you silently preparing for the world to follow? Tonight, choose 3 phrases that describe your future self, not as wishes, but as facts spoken ahead of evidence. Repeat them in your mind as you fall asleep. Let your inner voice become fluent in the language of your next chapter. The sacred insight is this: inner speech is not private, it's creative. It is the most direct line between your current identity and your future reality. Use it with intention, because once your inner voice changes, the world must listen and respond in kind. You are not born with the voice in your head. It is built, word by word, moment by moment, over years of exposure to judgment, praise, silence, and expectation. That voice becomes your inner narrator. It comments on your worth. It tells you how people see you. It reacts before you do. And over time, it forms a loop, a self-repeating script that echoes the past and forecasts the future without ever asking for your permission. But here's the truth: that loop can be rewritten. Most people think change starts with action, but action is just the last domino. Before it falls, there's a thought, and that thought has likely been there a long time, rehearsed so often that it feels like fact. I'm not enough. I always mess it up. I should be further by now. These are not truths, they're echoes, and the more you believe them, the more your life adjusts to accommodate them. In 1948, a man named Ernest Dillard worked in a small publishing office in Detroit. He was precise, intelligent, and well-read, but he never submitted his own work. Every time he finished a story, he'd say to himself, "This isn't good enough." Not aloud, not to others, just quietly, in the privacy of his own mind. And so the stories piled up, hidden, unshared, slowly gathering dust. One afternoon, while proofreading a new author's manuscript, he noticed something. The writing was raw, flawed, inconsistent, but it had passion. It was alive, and it was getting published. That moment broke the loop. He realized the voice in his head wasn't the voice of truth. It was just the loudest voice, and he had been listening to it for so long he'd forgotten he could change it. That night, he began a ritual. Every time the thought, "This isn't good enough," appeared, he replied, out loud if he could, with a new line: "This has value. This matters. This deserves to be seen." He didn't believe it at first. But repetition doesn't require belief. It creates it. Within 6 months, he submitted his first short story. A year later, it was published in a local magazine. But the real transformation wasn't the publication. It was the silence, the absence of the old loop. The voice still came sometimes, but now it had a challenger. You see, the inner dialogue loop is not broken, it's just outdated, and you don't have to destroy it. You only have to rewrite it, line by line, gently, intentionally. Tonight, listen. What sentence keeps coming back? Not the loud one, but the familiar one. Then write its opposite, not in fantasy, but in frequency. A truth your future self would say without hesitation. And every time the old loop plays, insert the new line, like editing a script you're finally ready to direct. The sacred insight is this: the mind repeats what it's rehearsed. Change the rehearsal, and the story changes. Not eventually, but immediately. Because once the loop breaks, you don't just hear a new voice, you become it. There comes a point on every path of transformation where the world seems silent. You've done the work, you've spoken the words, you've visualized, felt, affirmed, aligned, and yet nothing appears to be happening. The emails don't come, the call doesn't arrive, the number doesn't move. In those moments, doubt creeps in like a fog, and the temptation is strong to slip back into the old identity, to believe it didn't work, to let the silence mean something. But this is where real power is forged, not in the breakthrough, but in the stillness before it. Staying in state when nothing changes is not easy. It is one of the highest spiritual disciplines, because it requires you to be loyal to an internal reality while the external still reflects the old one. It asks you to embody the vibration of fulfillment in the middle of delay, to feel chosen while overlooked, to feel abundant while unpaid, to feel lovable while alone, not because you're pretending, but because you're creating. In 1934, a woman named Hattie Monroe lived in a small boarding house in Oregon. She wanted to become a jazz singer, but had never performed beyond the parlor piano. Every morning she practiced, not just her voice, but her state. She would dress as if she were leaving for rehearsal, speak to the mirror as if the gig had already been booked, write gratitude notes for opportunities that hadn't yet arrived. For months, nothing changed, but she never stopped showing up for the version of herself she had already decided to become. Then, one evening, a guest at the boarding house heard her humming in the hallway. He was a traveling musician passing through. He invited her to sing with his band the next night when their singer fell ill. That performance led to another, and then another. Within a year, Hattie was performing across the West Coast, but she always said the real shift didn't begin on stage. It began the first morning she got dressed for a gig that didn't exist. You see, the universe is not testing you, it's mirroring you. And the delay is not punishment, it's calibration. The question is not whether it's working. The question is whether you'll keep being the version who belongs to the life you've called in, even when no evidence shows up. Tonight, ask yourself, can I stay in the frequency without the proof? Can I hold the energy of already done when the world says not yet? That's the edge of mastery. The sacred insight is this: your state is not a reaction, it is the source. And when you stay in state despite no confirmation, you signal to life that you are no longer needing results to believe. You are being the result. And once that becomes true in you, it must become true around you, not by chance, but by law. There is a quiet force beneath every manifestation. It doesn't shout or plead. It doesn't beg the universe or push against time. It is still. It is calm. It is neutral. The law of neutrality is one of the most overlooked principles of creation, and one of the most powerful, because the moment you stop needing, grasping, or fearing, you become magnetic. Desire is natural, but when desire becomes desperation, the signal changes. The frequency shifts from creation to clinging, and what you chase, you push away. The more emotionally charged you are about something having to happen, the more resistance you create between you and it. But neutrality, true energetic detachment, sends a different message. It says, I already am. I already have. Whether it comes today or later, I'm whole. In 1930, a man named Lionel Greaves worked as a tailor in Chicago. For years, he longed to open his own storefront. He prayed for it, planned for it, obsessed over it, but nothing moved. Every missed opportunity crushed him. Every delay felt like rejection, until one winter morning after another deal fell through, he sat alone in his workshop and whispered, "If it never happens, I'll still be fine." He didn't say it in defeat. He said it in peace. That moment changed everything. He let go, not of the vision, but of the grip. He stopped refreshing the possibilities. He stopped watching the door. He focused instead on mastering his craft, showing up with excellence and being present. And within months, a former client returned, offering to invest in his dream. The store opened 6 months later, not because he needed it, but because he no longer needed it. You see, neutrality is not indifference. It's not apathy. It's power. It's the calm that says, I know who I am whether this happens or not. That energy is irresistible. It frees you from the emotional turbulence that clouds clarity and repels ease. The law of neutrality teaches you this. The less you need something, the faster it comes. Not because you've stopped caring, but because you've stopped creating resistance. You've returned to your center, and creation begins again. Tonight, think of the one thing you've been clinging to, the result you've tied your identity to. Then ask yourself, if this never happened, who would I be? Would I still be worthy, still fulfilled, still whole? Let the answer come without defense. Feel the space that opens when you no longer require it to complete you. The sacred insight is this: neutrality is alignment without attachment. When you can hold a desire in your heart without gripping it in your fist, you become the perfect receiver. Because life doesn't respond to urgency, it responds to stability. And when you no longer need your vision to define you, it finally has the space to arrive, not to rescue you, but to reflect the freedom you already claimed. There is a state so paradoxical, so misunderstood, that it often hides in plain sight. It is the place where nothing is needed, yet everything flows, where desire exists but without urgency, where you release control so completely that the universe finally rushes in. This state is called quantum indifference, and it's not about giving up, it's about letting go of the version of you that needs things to be different in order to feel whole. Quantum indifference is not apathy, it is not passivity. It is alignment so pure that your sense of self is no longer tied to the outcome. You want, but you are not waiting. You imagine, but you are not grasping. You create, but you are not attached. You become the version of you who is already fulfilled, already satisfied, already content. And from that field of inner sufficiency, life responds, not out of pity or pressure, but out of precision. In 1939, a man named Elias Hargrove worked as a watchmaker in Edinburgh. He was brilliant but unknown. For years, he sent letters to newspapers, offered free timepieces to local dignitaries, and obsessed over getting noticed. Each rejection deepened his hunger. Each silence widened the ache. Until one day, after a harsh winter storm ruined his workshop, something in him broke, and something else opened. He sat in the ruins of his studio and whispered, "I'm done chasing." But it wasn't defeat, it was detachment. In the months that followed, he returned to his craft not with desperation, but with devotion. He poured his energy into the art, not the outcome. And in that quiet surrender, he found peace. Then, almost without effort, an article appeared about his work. A collector passed through town and purchased his entire collection. Within a year, Elias was one of the most requested names in bespoke horology, not because he tried harder, but because he finally stopped needing. You see, wanting nothing doesn't mean you give up on life. It means you give up on controlling it. You stop needing reality to rearrange itself before you decide to feel good. You stop making your joy conditional. And the moment you stop grasping, you start receiving. This is quantum indifference. Not because you don't care, but because you no longer cling. You don't have to pretend you don't want it. You simply rest in the knowing that you're already enough, with or without it. Tonight, think of what you've been craving most. Then ask yourself, who am I if I never get it? What's left when the outcome disappears? That's the space. That's the door. The sacred insight is this: the moment you stop needing your manifestation to complete you, you become the version of you who can hold it. The field doesn't reward effort, it reflects vibration, and nothing vibrates more purely than the being who has released all urgency, all obsession, and all resistance. In the quantum field, wanting nothing is not emptiness. It is the ultimate signal of trust, and trust receives all. Life doesn't always deliver sunshine. Even on the path of conscious creation, storms will come. Delays, disappointments, sharp words, missed calls, closed doors. The mistake is not in facing these things. The mistake is in believing they must dictate your internal state. Emotional weatherproofing is the practice of holding your vibration steady regardless of the forecast. Not by denying your emotions, but by mastering them. Most people let the world set the tone. A compliment lifts them, a rejection shatters them. They live in constant reaction, pulled up and down like a leaf in the wind. But when your emotional state depends on circumstances, you give your power away. You become a reflection, not a creator. Emotional weatherproofing is about becoming the source again. In 1941, a woman named Ruth Delaney managed a cafe in rural Pennsylvania. It was small, modest, but hers. She had dreams of expanding, turning it into a chain of quiet, peaceful gathering spots. But month after month, she hit roadblocks, shortages, power outages. A storm once flooded the kitchen. Each time, her staff would brace for her reaction. But Ruth never lost her center. She would calmly say, "The rain's out there. It doesn't get to come in here." That sentence became her anchor. She felt disappointment, of course. She faced real challenges, but she didn't let those moments decide her mood. Instead, she began each morning with a ritual, 5 minutes of silence, one deep breath, and a reminder, "My peace is not negotiable." Over time, things began to shift. Suppliers gave her priority. Customers returned more often. Investors took notice. She eventually opened a second location, then a third. Not because the world suddenly became easy, but because she stopped letting it control her energy. You see, emotional weatherproofing doesn't mean you never feel. It means you don't leak. You let the emotion move through you without letting it move you. You remain grounded while the storm passes overhead. You become the calm that conditions must adjust to, not the chaos adjusting to them. Tonight, ask yourself, what external situations are still allowed to hijack my mood? Who still holds emotional access to my inner state? What kind of news, comment, or outcome can shake me out of alignment? Then choose one of those triggers and meet it differently tomorrow, not with resistance, but with presence. Pause, breathe, say softly, "The rain is out there. It doesn't get to come in here." The sacred insight is that your emotional state is your home, and you are allowed to protect it, not with walls, but with awareness. When you no longer outsource your inner weather to the outer world, you become unshakable. And when you're unshakable, reality has no choice but to reorganize itself around your steadiness, not to test you, but to reflect the power you finally claimed. There is a version of you that already has everything you desire. They don't chase, they don't doubt, they don't second-guess their worth or wait for permission. That version of you moves differently, speaks with certainty, lives from clarity. And they are not far, they're a frequency away. Anchoring the energy of your future self is how you collapse that distance. Most people wait to become. They wait for the raise, the relationship, the recognition, but your future self doesn't arrive when life changes. They arrive when you do. When you begin acting, thinking, and feeling like them, before the world gives you a reason to. This is the secret. The future isn't something you step into. It's something you anchor into the now. In 1938, a man named Caleb Ross lived in a small house outside Charleston. He dreamed of being a public speaker, of standing on stages, inspiring crowds, but his current reality was quiet and hidden. He worked in a library, spoke rarely, and battled intense self-doubt. One day, while shelving books, he stumbled upon a worn journal wedged between volumes. Inside was a line that read, "Act like the man who already became you." Something stirred. That night he sat in front of a mirror and asked, "What would the version of me who already made it do tomorrow morning?" The answer was simple. He would rise early, speak aloud with strength, dress with purpose, walk with presence. So Caleb did just that, not to fake anything, but to meet the frequency of the man he knew he was becoming. Each morning he repeated the process. Before getting out of bed, he asked, what would he do today? And then he did it, on a small scale, in quiet ways. Over time, his voice changed, his posture shifted, his ideas gained power. Eventually, he began giving talks at community gatherings, then local events. By the end of the decade, he was traveling the country, not just speaking, but leading. Not because the world finally noticed him, but because he became the one the world could not ignore. You see, the energy of your future self already exists. It is a template waiting for your alignment. Anchoring that energy isn't about pretending, it's about practicing. It's not performance, it's calibration. You tune your body, thoughts, and actions to the signal of who you are becoming until the world responds accordingly. Tonight, sit quietly and imagine the future you, not their achievements, their energy. How do they feel when they walk into a room? How do they speak? What do they tolerate? What do they radiate? Now bring one of those traits into tomorrow. Embody it, repeat it, anchor it. The sacred insight is this: your future self is not ahead of you. They're beneath the surface of your current identity, waiting to be activated. When you anchor their energy now, time bends, reality shifts, and who you've been begins to dissolve, because who you're becoming finally has room to rise. There is a moment, often only a breath long, between what happens and what you do about it. Most people miss it. They feel insulted, and the defense rises. They hear bad news, and panic kicks in. They experience a delay, and disappointment overtakes them. This is reaction, automatic, emotional, fast. But there is a different way of being, one where power returns, where presence leads. This is response. And learning to shift from reaction to response is how you begin living from creation, not survival. Reaction is a reflex of the past. It is the mind repeating old scripts, the body replaying old tensions. When you react, you don't choose, you repeat. You become the child who wasn't heard, the student who was criticized, the worker who was overlooked. Your nervous system takes over, not to punish you, but to protect you. The problem is, protection isn't always aligned with expansion. In 1931, a man named Morris Caldwell worked as a train station attendant in upstate New York. He was known for his sharp tongue and short temper. Every time someone asked a question twice, he snapped. Every time the train ran late, he scowled. But beneath the surface, Morris wasn't cruel. He was tired. Tired of being dismissed. Tired of feeling small. One evening, after a misunderstanding with a passenger escalated into a shouting match, his supervisor said to him, "You're not angry at them. You're echoing something that happened long before today." That sentence lingered. That night, Morris wrote in his journal, "What would happen if I paused?" The next morning, he tried it. Someone complained. He paused. Someone misunderstood him. He paused. In those small spaces, something new entered, awareness. He began choosing his words instead of throwing them, breathing instead of reacting. That year, he became the youngest station manager in the county, not because he changed jobs, but because he changed states. You see, response is a decision. It requires presence. It creates space between stimulus and outcome. In that space, you access your higher self, the part of you that is not wounded, not rushed, not threatened. And from there, you speak differently, move differently, create differently. Tonight, reflect on your day. Where did you react on autopilot? What emotion rose before you even had time to think? Then ask, what might I have done if I paused? Just that question creates an opening, and openings are where new timelines begin. The sacred insight is this: power doesn't live in control, it lives in choice. And choice only becomes available when you stop letting your history speak for you. Start responding from the version of you that is already healed, already whole, already wise. Because every time you choose response over reaction, you signal to life that you are no longer living from the past. You are creating the future, one conscious breath at a time. There is a force stronger than willpower, louder than affirmation, and more consistent than motivation. It is identity, not the personality you perform, but the deep, silent knowing of who you are beneath circumstance. When that identity becomes unshakable, the world begins to orbit around you. You no longer chase outcomes, you attract them. not by accident, but by alignment. This is the magnetic pull of unshakable identity. Most people try to change their lives by changing their behavior. They wake up earlier, speak more confidently, dress with intention. But unless those actions are rooted in a stable sense of self, they crumble under pressure. Because identity always wins. You will never outact the person you believe yourself to be. If, deep down, you still see yourself as overlooked, unworthy, or inconsistent, the results will mirror that no matter what you do. In 1945, a woman named Lillian Porter worked in a quiet post office in Nebraska. She dreamed of becoming a public speaker, of standing before crowds and moving hearts with her words. But every time she imagined it, an old voice echoed back, "You're just a background character." She had heard it from a teacher once, long ago, and it had written itself into her identity. One day, while sorting letters, she saw a child's envelope addressed to the future me. It stopped her. What would that version of her say back? That night, Lillian wrote a letter from her future self, not about dreams, but about reality. I speak with clarity. I lead with ease. I am trusted, heard, and remembered. She read the letter every morning. Then she began speaking as her future self, not to a crowd, but to her reflection, to her cat, to the empty kitchen. Slowly, her tone shifted, her shoulders lifted. She no longer hoped to become someone. She became someone. Within months, she was invited to lead town meetings, then to speak at nearby schools. By the end of the year, she was traveling to give talks on confidence and communication, not because she worked harder, but because her identity had become undeniable, and life could only reflect it. You see, when your identity is firm, results become inevitable. The world responds to conviction, not ego, not performance, certainty. You don't have to convince anyone when you no longer doubt yourself. You don't have to prove anything when your presence speaks it first. Tonight, ask yourself, who am I becoming? And do my thoughts, words, and actions confirm that yet? If not, start there, not by doing more, but by being more. Let the new identity rise in your rituals, your posture, your tone, not to fake it, but to anchor it. The sacred insight is this: identity is the magnet. And when it is unshakable, reality cannot help but align. Not slowly, not conditionally, but naturally, because you are no longer negotiating with life. You are embodying the version of you that life has already been waiting to meet. There is a moment on the path to manifestation that tests everyone. It's not when you first set the intention. It's not even when you begin the work. It's when you've done everything. You've aligned your thoughts, spoken with clarity, felt the future in your bones, and still nothing arrives. That space between desire and delivery feels like a void. And the mind, conditioned to equate time with truth, whispers, maybe it's not meant for me. But this is the illusion. Reality delay is not denial, it is gestation. Just because something hasn't shown up in your outer world doesn't mean it isn't forming. Reality moves through layers. First in thought, then in emotion, then in identity, and finally in matter. Most people break in the emotional space between steps. They mistake silence for rejection, stillness for stagnation. But delay is not a no, it's a calibration. In 1932, a man named Frederick Howell planted a rare apple tree in upstate New York. It was his dream to grow something that had never thrived in that climate. He studied the soil, he tended it daily. Weeks passed, then months. His neighbors laughed. "You planted the wrong seed," they said. "You're wasting your time." But Frederick had done his research. He knew that this variety took time to take root, deep, invisible time. One morning, just as he considered pulling it up, he noticed the first green bud. It had taken 11 months to break through. But once it did, it grew quickly, wildly, beautifully. That tree became the centerpiece of an orchard that fed his family and others for decades. Frederick often said, "The fruit always comes, just not always on your schedule." You see, the universe does not operate on your calendar. It operates on readiness. And readiness is not just about your will. It's about the alignment of energy, circumstance, timing, and self. A version of you that can receive what you asked for must exist. And sometimes the delay is simply the time it takes to become that version. What most call waiting is really becoming. Tonight, think of something you've longed for, something that hasn't arrived yet. Then ask, who must I become to carry this with grace? Not who you must convince, not what else you must chase, but what part of you must rise to match the thing you've called in. The sacred insight is this. The delay is not a denial, it's an invitation to hold the vision, to deepen the roots, to outlast the doubt, because manifestation doesn't happen the moment you ask. It happens the moment you no longer need the proof to believe. And once you hold your frequency through the silence, reality has no choice but to unfold, not because you forced it, but because you became it. Between the moment you decide who you want to be and the moment life reflects it, there is a space, a pause, a stretch of time where your old world still lingers, even as your new identity begins to form. Most see this space as frustrating. They call it the waiting period. But it is not empty time, it is sacred ground. The gap is the growth field, and it is where everything real takes root. You do not become in the instant you declare, you become in the days that follow, when no evidence appears and the old patterns call you back. This is where your new self is tested, not by punishment, but by invitation. The universe watches not your words, but your consistency, not your promises, but your posture. The gap is not punishment, it is preparation. In 1936, a woman named Evelyn Shaw left her job at a textile mill in North Carolina. She had always dreamed of opening her own tailoring shop, one that specialized in elegant designs for women who couldn't afford luxury. She had no investors, no formal training, just an inner yes that wouldn't let her sleep. The day after she quit, the silence set in. Days turned to weeks, and nothing happened. Doubts returned. She wondered if she'd made a mistake, but each morning she woke up and acted like her store was real. She designed, she stitched, she greeted her mirror as though it were her future customers. 3 months later, a woman passed by her open window and asked who had made the dress on display. That conversation turned into her first client. Within a year, her shop was open and thriving. Evelyn often said, "I didn't build the business in the shop. I built it in the gap, when no one clapped and nothing moved, and I showed up anyway." This is the growth field, the place where seeds are invisible but alive. The part of the journey where you don't see movement, yet the roots are deepening below the surface. Most people retreat in this space. They say, "It's not working," and return to old habits just before breakthrough arrives. But those who understand the gap know it is not about outcomes. It is about identity reinforcement. The you who gets the dream is not born when the dream comes true. They are born in the gap, in how you walk, speak, think, and feel when nothing is yet confirmed. That is the becoming. That is the evidence you must give to life before life gives anything to you. Tonight, ask yourself, how am I holding the space between the decision and the result? Not impatiently, not doubtfully, but with intention. Show up in the gap like you would in the win. The sacred insight is this: the gap isn't where you're stuck. It's where you're sculpted. And when you treat it as sacred, it becomes fertile. Not with delays, but with destiny. Silence is not empty. It is a field of power waiting to be activated. In a world addicted to noise, movement, and constant doing, silence is often mistaken for nothingness. But it is in silence that the deepest manifestations are seeded, not through force, not through endless effort, but through stillness. Silence is not the absence of creation, it is the amplifier of it. And when used with awareness, it becomes one of the fastest ways to align with the life you are calling in. Most people fill their gap with noise. They speak of their desires endlessly, explaining, affirming, venting, over-processing. They touch the frequency of what they want, then talk themselves out of it, not with malice, but with habit. Every time you speak about how it hasn't happened yet, or how long it's taking, you dilute the energy you once summoned. But silence does the opposite. It seals it in. It tells the universe, I've already said it once. I don't need to repeat it. Now I'm listening. In 1940, a man named Thomas Lyle lived in a modest home in Virginia. He was known for his discipline, always working, always speaking about his next move. He had a clear vision to build a community center for youth. He raised funds, made speeches, knocked on doors, but each effort fell short. He pushed harder, talked louder, tried to convince the world, until one autumn morning after another meeting ended in a polite, "Not yet," he stopped. He went home, lit a candle, and sat in silence. He didn't pray, he didn't plan, he simply listened. He began doing this every morning, 10 minutes, no words, no goals, just presence. And in that silence, clarity began to rise. Ideas arrived fully formed, conversations began shifting. One morning, a quiet inner nudge told him to speak to a man he hadn't seen in years. That man turned out to be the key investor he'd been waiting for. Within 6 months, the center opened. But Thomas always said it wasn't the meeting that changed everything, it was the silence that made room for it. You see, silence isn't passive. It is a vibrational vacuum that draws in the next right step. It clears static, aligns energy, and returns you to your natural frequency, where knowing replaces doubt and stillness replaces panic. Tonight, don't speak your desires. Sit with them, breathe with them. Let the silence hold them like sacred seeds. You don't need to declare them again. You need to trust them enough to go quiet. The sacred insight is this. Silence is not the gap between actions. It is the action. It is the space where the unseen moves, where the blueprint downloads, where the answer arrives without needing to be chased. And the more you make peace with stillness, the faster reality moves. Because when you go silent, the universe starts speaking. And when you stop broadcasting need, you begin radiating certainty. That's when things shift. Fast. Everything you see began in the unseen. Every structure, relationship, opportunity, and outcome started not in the physical world, but in someone's mind. Thought is the blueprint. Energy is the builder, and matter simply follows orders. This is not philosophy, it's law. Mind first, matter follows, always. Most people reverse the order. They wait for proof before they believe. They wait for results before they feel worthy. They try to rearrange their external life, hoping it will shift their internal state. But reality doesn't work that way. The outer world is delayed feedback. By the time it arrives, it's only confirming a vibration you've already been holding. Change doesn't begin with action. It begins with awareness. The thought comes first, then the form. In 1937, a man named Arthur Delano worked as a clerk at a shipping warehouse in Baltimore. He spent his days lifting crates and scribbling ledgers, but his nights were spent in imagination. He carried a journal, one that no one knew about, filled with sketches of a product idea he had envisioned years before, a portable folding table for picnics and travel. He couldn't afford to build it. He had no connections, but every night he imagined its weight in his hands, the way the joints would lock into place, the way it would feel to see it in use. He wrote about it in detail, drew diagrams, whispered conversations to himself as if investors were already present. For 2 years, nothing physical changed, but his mind was busy building. Then, one morning, he overheard a conversation between 2 merchants talking about collapsible camping gear. He introduced his idea. Within months, the prototype was funded. Within a year, the design was patented and in production. Arthur didn't force it. He formed it. The table showed up because his mind had already prepared the space for it. Matter always follows the most consistent mental blueprint, not the loudest wish, but the most repeated signal. This is the truth that collapses delay. You don't wait for things to change so you can think differently. You think differently so things must change. The world outside of you is not leading, it is following. It's mirroring the quality of your consciousness, the clarity of your focus, the conviction of your belief. Tonight, ask yourself, what is my mind preparing? not what you hope for, but what you rehearse, because the thoughts you feed today are building tomorrow's structure, thought by thought, scene by scene. The sacred insight is this: reality is not made of stone, it's made of suggestion. And once the mind becomes convinced, matter has no choice but to comply. Don't wait for proof, be the cause. Because when the mind holds the blueprint long enough, the physical world must follow. Not eventually, not maybe, but precisely, as it always has. Mind first, matter follows. The world does not respond to hope. It does not organize itself around indecision or partial belief. The world bows to certainty, not arrogance, not force, but the quiet, unwavering conviction that what you hold within you is already true. This certainty is not loud, it is not showy, it does not beg or chase, it simply is. And in its presence, life rearranges itself, not out of luck, but out of law. Certainty is a frequency. It's the energetic signature of someone who no longer negotiates with doubt. When you are certain, your words land differently. Your presence expands. You don't try to convince. You simply exist in alignment, and alignment is magnetic. The reason most manifestations stall isn't because the desire is too big. It's because the belief is too weak. In 1943, a woman named Virginia Clark worked as a librarian in New Hampshire. She had a deep love for writing and dreamed of becoming an author. But for years, she submitted short stories under different pen names, always unsure if she had the right to be heard. Each rejection felt like proof that she wasn't ready. Until one day, in the quiet of the stacks, she had a thought that changed everything. What if I stop wondering if I'm worthy and just decide that I am? That night, she signed her real name on a manuscript for the first time. She didn't write differently. She didn't suddenly gain a new skill. She simply removed the hesitation. She submitted the story with a clear, quiet knowing, this is who I am. 3 weeks later, it was accepted. That publication led to another and another. Years later, when asked about her breakthrough, she didn't mention the story. She said, "The world started treating me differently when I stopped asking it to." You see, life responds to how you carry yourself. When you wobble, the world gives you more reason to question. When you stand, it mirrors your stance. Certainty sends a signal that says, this is already mine. I'm not waiting for permission. I'm embodying the truth now. And reality, governed by resonance, has no choice but to respond. Certainty is not the absence of fear. It's the decision to move anyway. It's not pretending to know everything. It's knowing enough to proceed without apology. It's the energy that says, whether or not it's here yet, I've already become the person who belongs to it. Tonight, ask yourself, where am I still negotiating with my own becoming? Where am I asking life to approve what I have not yet fully claimed? The sacred insight is this: reality doesn't respond to your wish, it responds to your embodiment. And embodiment begins with certainty. Not when everything is perfect, but when you are. Not when you're sure of the outcome, but when you're sure of yourself. Because the moment you stop asking for it and start being it, the world bows. Every time. You inherit more than eye color, voice tone, or facial structure. You inherit energy, beliefs, emotional patterns, silent agreements about what is possible and what isn't. Long before you could speak, you were absorbing vibration. The way your parents handled stress, the way they spoke about money, the way they reacted to love, disappointment, hope. All of it became part of your energetic inheritance. You were wired not just by genes, but by frequency. This inheritance isn't always obvious. It lives in the things you say without thinking, in the way your body tenses around abundance, in the guilt that rises when you start to feel joy. It isn't personal, but it becomes personal when you don't question it. Because left unchecked, what you inherit, you repeat, and what you repeat, you pass on. In 1935, a man named William Langston lived on a farm in rural Oklahoma. He was raised by a father who believed that hard work was the only path to survival and that rest was weakness. William adopted this rhythm. He worked from dawn to dusk, never complained, never paused. He succeeded by conventional standards, but something gnawed at him, a quiet dissatisfaction, a weariness in his bones. One evening, while watching his son sleep on the porch, William saw his own posture mirrored in the boy's resting form, a tension in the jaw, a tightness in the fists. He realized he hadn't just passed on his work ethic, he had passed on his frequency. Without meaning to, he had taught his son that life was something to endure, not enjoy. That moment broke something open. The next morning, William did something he'd never done. He sat still, just for 5 minutes. He let the sun hit his face. He breathed. That evening, he invited his son to help in the garden, but with a new energy, playful, present, no rush, no grind. The rhythm of the day shifted. It wasn't loud, but it was different. You see, you cannot teach what you don't embody. You cannot raise others, children, students, friends, into a frequency you haven't anchored for yourself. The work you do to heal is not just for you, it's for everyone who comes after. Energetic inheritance isn't fate, it's invitation. You are allowed to examine the vibration you were handed and choose differently. You are allowed to say, this fear ends with me. This scarcity ends with me. This numbness ends with me. Tonight, ask yourself, what patterns am I carrying that aren't mine? Whose voice lives in my doubt? Whose frequency am I still echoing? The sacred insight is this: your energy ripples beyond your life, and when you shift it, you shift the inheritance line, not by force, but by presence. You become the ancestor who changed the code, the one who said, it doesn't have to be this way anymore. And from that choice, generations rise, lighter, freer, aligned with a frequency you chose on purpose. Every conversation you have is a mirror. The words exchanged, the tone used, the reactions triggered, all of it reflects back your current frequency. People don't respond to what you say, they respond to what you carry. Conversations are not just interactions, they are calibrations. They show you where you are in your inner world by what they awaken in your outer one. Most people believe they are reacting to others, but in truth, they are interacting with themselves, through others. Your beliefs shape your energy. That energy shapes your communication, and your communication invites a matching response. If you carry doubt, you will encounter resistance. If you carry resentment, you will meet defensiveness. If you carry certainty, you will be met with respect, not because the world is fixed, but because it's reflecting you. In 1942, a man named David Hall worked as a clerk at a shipping depot in St. Louis. He was quiet, intelligent, and deeply misunderstood. He often found himself in disagreements, even when his words were neutral. He would say, "People just don't listen to me." One day, after a tense exchange with a coworker, his supervisor pulled him aside and asked a question that shifted everything. When you speak, are you asking to be heard, or are you expecting to be dismissed? David paused. He realized that even when he spoke with clarity, he spoke with hesitation. His tone carried an undercurrent of defeat. His body, his pauses, even his phrasing all communicated an expectation of being ignored. And so, that's what the world mirrored back. That night, David began a new practice. Before each conversation, he repeated silently to himself, "I am heard. I am respected. My words land." He practiced adjusting his posture, lifting his chin, softening his jaw. He spoke slower, more deliberately, not from ego, but from presence. The shift was immediate. People began pausing when he spoke. They asked follow-up questions. They changed tone in response to his calm. David hadn't changed what he said. He had changed who he was being when he said it. The conversation became a mirror not of his old wounds, but of his new self-perception. You see, the world is always listening to your energy before it hears your words. Conversations are less about persuasion and more about transmission. What you believe about yourself speaks louder than your vocabulary. Tonight, reflect on your recent conversations. Where did you feel dismissed, defended, or drained? Now ask, what frequency was I speaking from? What did I already believe the other person would reflect? You'll begin to see the pattern. And that pattern isn't punishment, it's feedback. The sacred insight is this: conversations don't just communicate, they calibrate. They reveal your relationship with yourself. And when you shift your inner dialogue, your outer dialogue transforms. Not because others change, but because they can't help but mirror the energy you now carry. Speak not just to be heard. Speak as someone who already knows they are. The world will reflect accordingly. Time is not what you think it is. It does not pass uniformly. It bends, stretches, speeds up, slows down, based not on the clock but on consciousness. You've felt this before, moments of joy that vanish in minutes, hours of waiting that feel like days. The mind says time is fixed, but the body knows better. The truth is, time does not move around you, it moves through you. And when you become fully present, you begin to command it. Most people rush through life trying to catch up. They chase time, complain about the lack of it, and live in a constant state of mental rehearsal or regret. They are either reaching forward or looking back, but rarely here. And when you are not present, time slips through you like water through open fingers. But when you drop into now, fully, deeply, you slow the flow. You stretch seconds into clarity. You step out of time's grip and into mastery. In 1939, a woman named Margaret Elston lived in a busy boarding house in New York. She worked 2 jobs, cared for her aging mother, and often said, "There's never enough time." Her days were a blur. She rushed through tasks, meals, even conversations, until one evening her mother gently said, "You were here today, but I missed you." That sentence pierced something deep. The next morning, Margaret woke up early and sat by the window. No radio, no notebook, just her breath and the rising sun. For 10 minutes, she did nothing but be. The stillness frightened her at first. It felt wasteful, but something subtle shifted. The hours that followed felt different, less rushed, more alive. She began making it a ritual. 10 minutes of conscious presence every morning, then 15, then 20. The strange thing, her to-do list didn't shrink, but her stress did. Time seemed to rearrange. People showed up early. Delays resolved themselves. Tasks flowed with ease. She had, without knowing it, begun to command time, not through control, but through presence. You see, time expands when you are fully here, because in presence, energy flows more efficiently. Decisions become clearer, resistance softens, synchronicity increases, and what once took hours begins to collapse into minutes. Not because you rushed, but because you aligned. Tonight, ask yourself, where am I losing time through absence? Where am I half present, half distracted? Then reclaim just 10 minutes tomorrow. Sit in stillness, feel your breath, watch your thoughts pass, anchor your awareness. The sacred insight is this: time is not stolen, it is surrendered, and you can call it back by choosing now. Because when you meet the moment with full attention, time slows down to meet you. You no longer run to catch life. Life begins arriving precisely on your rhythm, because presence is the only clock the universe truly honors. People don't see you as you are. They see you as you show up. And how you show up is determined by the story you hold, the energy you emit, and the identity you embody. Most people think relationships are fixed, that certain people will always treat them the same way. But the truth is, people change when you change. Not because you ask them to, but because they're no longer interacting with the same frequency. You are a mirror, and others respond to what you reflect, subtly, instantly, unconsciously. When you believe you're overlooked, you emit hesitation, and others respond with distance. When you radiate unworthiness, even kindness gets filtered through doubt. But when you shift your inner identity, the conversation changes. People begin to speak to the version of you that you believe in, because energy speaks before you do. In 1934, a man named Harold Mason worked as a junior clerk in a bustling Chicago office. He was quiet, diligent, and constantly overlooked. He had ideas, but never spoke them. He assumed his value was invisible, so he kept himself small. One day, while assisting a new manager, he was asked point blank, "Why do you act like you don't matter here?" The question startled him. No one had ever said it so directly, but he realized it was true. He carried himself like he didn't matter, and so no one treated him like he did. That night, Harold made a decision. He didn't ask for a raise. He didn't change his clothes. He changed his posture. He spoke more slowly. He made eye contact. He offered one idea during a morning meeting, not with apology, but with calm certainty. The manager listened, nodded, wrote it down. Over the next few weeks, others began to pause when he spoke. Invitations to contribute increased. A promotion followed, but none of it began with convincing others. It began with reintroducing himself to life. You see, people are not fixed characters. They're reactive fields. They respond to your energy even when they're unaware of it. When you shift your identity, you shift your signal, and when the signal changes, the reflection changes. This is not about manipulation. It's about energetic honesty. When you become more you, others either rise to meet you or fall away. Both are a gift. You stop forcing connection and start witnessing reflection. Tonight, think about someone whose behavior frustrates or limits you. Then ask, what am I unconsciously signaling in their presence? What version of me have they come to expect? Then decide to show up differently, not dramatically, just more aligned. Speak from your worth. Stand in your presence. The sacred insight is this: people treat you according to the identity you embody. And when you shift who you are being, they have no choice but to respond to that change. Because they're not reacting to you, they're reacting to the energy you've decided to own. Change the frequency, and the relationship must follow. Most people try to change their outer world first. They chase new jobs, new relationships, new environments, believing that if they rearrange the outside, the inside will finally feel better. But this approach only works for a moment, because the outer world is not the cause, it's the consequence. If you want lasting transformation, the flip must occur. Inner first, outer later. This is not metaphor, it's mechanics. The inner state, the thoughts you think, the emotions you hold, the identity you embody, creates the frequency that the outer world must mirror. It's not personal, it's physics. The universe does not respond to your effort. It responds to your energy, and that energy is set from within. In 1946, a woman named Eileen Mercer worked in a flower shop in Boston. She was kind, soft-spoken, and always waiting for someone to notice her, waiting for an opportunity to appear, waiting for life to begin. Every morning she imagined the same things: a bigger life, a sense of freedom, deeper connection. But she kept telling herself, nothing changes until something happens. And so she waited. One afternoon, an elderly customer said something that pierced her. After Eileen politely deflected a compliment, the woman smiled and said, "You'll get what you're waiting for the moment you stop waiting for it." That night, Eileen sat quietly and asked herself a question she'd never considered. What if I live today like it's already changed? The next morning, she got up and moved differently. She chose clothes that made her feel radiant. She spoke with intention. She arranged flowers like they were going into her own home. And for the first time, she stopped rehearsing her old story. She began narrating a new one. Within weeks, she was offered a position managing another shop across town. A month later, she met the man she'd eventually marry. Her life began shifting rapidly, but not because she forced anything, because she finally flipped the sequence. Inner first, outer later. This is the truth most people avoid. The outer world is delayed. It takes time to reflect a new internal alignment. If you wait for the result to change your belief, you'll stay stuck. But when you change the belief first and sustain it, the external world bends. Tonight, ask yourself, where am I waiting for the outer to shift before I give myself permission to feel different? Then flip it. Choose the feeling now. Choose the identity now. Choose the posture, the tone, the thought pattern that belongs to the version of you who already lives it. The sacred insight is this: reality does not lead, you do. And once the inner world becomes non-negotiable, the outer world has no choice but to follow. Not by chance, not by force, but by law. Because the world you live in will always be the echo of the one you create within. Flip it, and everything changes. Awareness is the quiet architect behind everything you experience. It shapes your beliefs, colors your perceptions, and molds your reality, not with effort, but with attention. What you are aware of becomes the pattern your life follows, not because life is obedient, but because your awareness is the mold. And energy always pours itself into the shape of what you consistently notice. Most people think their life is happening to them. They believe they're reacting to the world, but they're not. They're reacting to what their awareness is locked onto. If you constantly notice what's missing, you sculpt a life of lack. If you stay aware of what could go wrong, life begins to reflect that probability. Your awareness doesn't just observe reality, it instructs it. In 1933, a man named Edgar Mullins worked as a printmaker in Ohio. He was skilled, diligent, and unknown. Every day he printed flyers, menus, and train schedules, always with a sense of quiet resignation. He believed that success belonged to other people, not consciously, but by habit. His awareness lived in limitation. He noticed others' progress but dismissed his own. He paid attention to delays, mistakes, and quiet signs that confirmed his story. I'm invisible. One afternoon, a customer left behind a book of poetry. Curious, Edgar flipped it open to a line that read, "You become what you repeatedly return your gaze to." That sentence lingered. That night, Edgar began watching himself. Not critically, but curiously. What did he focus on most? What did he always notice first? The imperfections, the delays, the small ways the world overlooked him. He decided to experiment. Each day he would place one print in the window with his name etched on it, not as a flyer, but as art. He didn't promote it. He didn't explain it. He simply shifted his awareness from anonymity to visibility. Over time, passers-by stopped. A local gallery curator noticed. A conversation began. Within a year, Edgar was exhibiting prints in local shows. His talent hadn't changed. His awareness had. And when awareness shifts, reality reshapes. You see, your awareness is the mold that life hardens around. It is the internal setting that becomes your external scenery. Whatever you observe consistently, you invite into form. You don't have to try harder. You have to notice differently. Tonight, sit in silence and ask, what have I been molding with my attention? What do I habitually see, expect, or anticipate? And what would shift if I turned my awareness elsewhere, not in denial, but in design? The sacred insight is this: reality flows where awareness goes. It's not about fighting the old, it's about choosing the new. Awareness carves the shape and reality fills it. You are always molding something, so make it deliberate, because once your awareness locks onto the frequency of expansion, life begins to pour itself into that form, faithfully, precisely, and without delay. Letting go feels counterintuitive. We are taught to hold on, to try harder, to grip tightly to our goals until they bend in our favor. But creation doesn't respond to tension, it responds to alignment. And tension, emotional, mental, energetic, is a signal of mistrust. That's why letting go doesn't delay manifestation, it accelerates it. Because when you let go, you release resistance. And when resistance dissolves, life flows fast. Holding on too tightly sends the message, I don't believe this can happen unless I control it. Letting go says, I trust it's already working, even if I can't see it yet. That trust changes everything. It shifts your nervous system out of survival mode. It invites inspiration. It makes space for timing. You can't plan and support you didn't anticipate. When you loosen your grip, you invite acceleration. In 1944, a woman named Eleanor Reeves lived in a coastal town in Maine. She had written a novel over the course of 5 years, poured her soul into it. She sent it to publisher after publisher, and with each rejection, her frustration grew. She started rewriting chapters, questioning every line, working later into the night. The tighter she held the manuscript, the more it seemed to slip away. One morning, after yet another rejection, she took the pages to the fireplace, ready to burn them. But something stopped her. Instead, she tucked the manuscript into a box and stored it away. "I'm done," she whispered. Not in defeat, but in release. She stopped rewriting. She stopped chasing. She returned to walking by the sea, reading poetry, letting life in again. And 6 weeks later, a distant cousin visiting for the summer found the box. He worked for a publishing house. He read the first page, then the next, then all of it. And within a month, the book was accepted. Not because Eleanor tried harder, but because she finally let go. You see, the energy of holding on too tightly creates friction. It narrows your vision. It blocks unexpected pathways. But when you let go, fully, cleanly, you step back into your role as co-creator instead of controller. Letting go doesn't mean giving up. It means giving over to the rhythm of something larger than your timeline. Tonight, think of the one thing you've been gripping, the desire that keeps circling your thoughts. Ask yourself, am I holding this with love or with fear? Am I nurturing it or choking it? Then breathe. Say aloud, I trust this. I release the pressure. I know it's working. The sacred insight is this. What you chase runs, but what you welcome comes. Letting go is not weakness. It is strength in its highest form. Because the moment you release the demand for how and when, you make space for the miracle. And miracles don't need force. They only need a clear, open field and a heart that is finally, truly ready to receive. There is a version of you that already exists beyond time. A version not limited by past, present, or future. Not bound by circumstance, logic, or linear cause and effect. This is the five-dimensional mind, the part of your consciousness that sees beyond the veil, that creates not from memory but from vision, and that knows reality bends to frequency, not facts. Most people live in 3 dimensions. Some awaken to the 4th, time, but the 5th is where reality becomes truly fluid. It's where you stop reacting and start selecting. In the 3rd dimension, life feels solid. Events seem random. Identity feels fixed. You believe in separation between you and others, between you and your desires. In the 4th dimension, you begin to see time as a loop. You understand patterns, recognize synchronicity, and feel the past replaying in your present. But in the 5th, everything changes. You realize, I am not moving through reality. Reality is moving through me. In 1941, a woman named Genevieve Rhodes lived in London during wartime. She worked as a nurse and carried the weight of grief, chaos, and constant fear. But in the quiet moments between sirens, she found herself slipping into something else. She would close her eyes and feel herself walking by the sea, calm, radiant, whole. She didn't know what to call it, only that it felt more real than the world around her. She began writing about this alternate life, describing it in journals, painting it in watercolors. One day, while sketching, she had the thought, what if I'm not escaping? What if I'm remembering? What if that version of me isn't fantasy, but a parallel I've touched through frequency? That insight shifted everything. Her energy changed. Her words softened. Patients around her began to heal faster. Her colleagues noted her presence as a calming force. But Genevieve knew the truth. She wasn't escaping into imagination. She was accessing a dimension of her mind that already held the vibration of healing, of peace, of completion. The 5-dimensional mind does not predict. It selects. It does not wonder what might happen. It chooses what must happen based on alignment. It doesn't ask, is this possible? It says, this already exists and I now match it. From this space, time bends. Opportunities arrive unreasonably fast. People shift. Doors appear where walls once stood, not because you forced anything, but because you attuned to a field where the outcome was already finished. Tonight, close your eyes and ask, what version of me already lives the life I want? Where do they exist? What do they feel, see, believe? Then don't visualize them. Join them. Not later. Now, the sacred insight is this. The five-dimensional mind is not fantasy. It is memory from the future. And when you stop trying to change the current and start shifting your frequency, you don't move toward your dream. You collapse into it. Because in the fifth dimension, manifestation isn't something you wait for. It's something you remember back into form. Every word you think is an instruction. Every sentence you repeat is a direction sent into the field of form. This is the secret few are taught. Every thought is a spell, not in the fantasy sense of potions and wands, but in the raw, powerful truth that your mind is casting reality with every internal dialogue. Most don't realize they are speaking incantations all day long, sealing their fate not with action but with belief. Your thoughts are not harmless. They are not passive. They are coded with frequency, and that frequency creates patterns. A thought like, "I'm always behind," is not just self-criticism. It's an energetic decree, a mental contract, and the more emotion behind the thought, the faster it takes root. The universe doesn't judge your words. It fulfills them. In 1930, a man named Albert Greaves worked as a baker in Milwaukee. He was skilled, but bitter. Every morning he muttered the same line while kneading dough. Another day, another disappointment. At first, it was just frustration. But over the years, that phrase became his baseline. His body tensed with it. His tone carried it. And life responded in kind. Deliveries arrived late. Employees quit suddenly. Machines broke down. It became a loop, reinforced by the spell he didn't know he was casting. One morning, a traveling musician stopped into the bakery. He complimented Albert's bread, then said, "Do you know you speak like a curse?" Albert laughed, unsure how to take it. But that night, the words lingered. Speak like a curse. He realized he had never questioned what he repeated. His thoughts were not reflections, they were instructions. The next morning, he changed one thing. As he kneaded the dough, he said, "This bread feeds joy. This work builds legacy." It felt strange at first, but the rhythm of repetition softened him. Within weeks, the bakery shifted. Staff stayed longer. Customers lingered. Word spread. Albert hadn't changed his recipe. He changed his spellbook. You see, every thought is an energetic mold, and life, like dough, rises to fill it. If you think thoughts of fear, lack, and rejection, you are casting spells of separation. If you think thoughts of peace, worthiness, and inevitability, you are casting spells of coherence. The field does not speak English, it speaks energy, and thought is how you code it. Tonight, pay attention to the sentence you say most often in your mind. Write it down, then ask, would I want this to be my life's script? If not, rewrite it, not just once, but daily. Speak your new truth softly, often, and with feeling. The sacred insight is that your mind is your wand, your thoughts are your spells, and reality is your obedient canvas. Choose your incantations wisely, because what you whisper in the quiet corners of your mind becomes the structure that your world is built upon. Cast carefully, create deliberately, speak with intention, and the world will answer in kind. Your mind doesn't just think in words, it builds in pictures. Every time you imagine a moment, a scene, a possibility, you're not just daydreaming, you're drafting. You're sending blueprints into the unseen, and those blueprints become the structure around which reality begins to shape. Mental images are not passive fantasies. They are energetic templates, and what you hold long enough in the eye of your mind will eventually make its way to the fabric of your world. This is why visualization works, not because it makes you feel good, but because it instructs your subconscious. The mind cannot distinguish between what is vividly imagined and what is physically experienced. So when you picture something in detail, when you see it, hear it, feel it, you give your nervous system the signal that it's already real. The body calibrates, the energy shifts, and life begins to respond. In 1939, a woman named Harriet Lowe lived in a boarding house outside Boston. She worked in a textile factory and often felt trapped by routine. But she had one secret. Each night before sleep, she would close her eyes and picture herself walking down a long hallway, opening the door to her own studio, a room filled with fabric, light, and freedom. She could see the sewing machine, the soft armchair in the corner, the large windows overlooking a quiet street. It felt real. She didn't just visit it in her mind, she lived in it. For over a year, she continued this nightly ritual. No one knew. Her life didn't shift instantly, but her energy began to change. She walked differently. She noticed new opportunities. One afternoon, a neighbor mentioned a small space for rent above a bakery. It matched her vision almost exactly. Within a month, she had moved in. Within a year, she was running her own alterations business. Harriet didn't manifest her future by chance. She held the image so clearly, so consistently, that reality had no choice but to catch up. You see, your mental images are requests to the universe, but not polite ones. They are blueprints, and the clearer the design, the faster the build. If your images are vague or riddled with doubt, the construction slows. But if they're vivid, embodied, repeated, and emotionally charged, they gain momentum. Tonight, before sleep, ask yourself, what image am I sending to the field? Is it one of lack, worry, and compromise? Or is it one of clarity, peace, and embodiment? Then take a few minutes and picture your life not as you hope it will be, but as it already is. Walk through it, touch it, anchor it in feeling. The sacred insight is this: the world doesn't build first and ask for approval later. It builds according to your vision. Your inner pictures are the scaffolding of your future. Hold them carefully. Refine them constantly. Because what you mentally rehearse, you energetically authorize. And what you authorize will eventually arrive right on time. Thoughts are not random. They move in shapes, sequences, and structures, spiraling, looping, expanding. Each thought you repeat traces a path, not only in the brain, but in the field around you. These are not just mental habits. They are energetic architectures. The ancients called it sacred geometry, and it's still active. Every time you think, you are designing. Thought patterns become blueprints, and those blueprints become the shape your life takes. Your life is not built from single ideas, but from recurring ones. Each thought forms a line. Repeat it, and it becomes a pattern. Layer it with emotion, and it becomes form. That's why you can't just change one thought and expect everything to shift. You must change the shape of your thinking. You must reroute the architecture. In 1935, a man named Jonathan Wills worked as an architect in Chicago. He was brilliant with buildings, but lived in quiet self-doubt. He'd catch success and then sabotage it. Each time a new opportunity appeared, he'd convince himself he wasn't ready. He carried the thought, things always fall apart. And they did, again and again. Not because he was cursed, but because he was consistent. His mind kept drawing the same energetic lines. Collapse was his mental geometry. One evening, after losing another client, Jonathan looked at one of his unfinished blueprints. It struck him that his own thinking followed the same unfinished, looping shapes. He asked himself, what if I'm not failing? What if I'm building the wrong structure? That night he started sketching, not buildings, but thoughts. He drew the spiral of doubt, the jagged edge of anxiety, the loop of self-sabotage. Then beside it he drew what he wanted: stability, flow, expansion. He wrote thoughts that matched the new shapes. He began a daily ritual, drawing his thoughts, seeing their geometry, replacing the chaotic ones with cleaner, more stable lines, not just in pen but in mind. I can't hold this became I am grounded and capable. This won't last became I trust the structure I've built. Within months, his clients returned, new ones appeared, but more importantly, he stopped building collapse. He had changed the shape of his mind, and his reality followed. You see, every belief carries a pattern, and every pattern creates a form. When your thoughts spiral into fear or loop into doubt, your energy does too. But when your thoughts begin to stretch outward, upward, into flow, certainty, and purpose, the field responds in kind. You start building differently, internally and externally. Tonight, take one dominant thought and ask, what shape is this forming in my life? Is it contracting or expanding? Does it lead somewhere or back to the same place? Then choose a new thought, not just for comfort, but to trace a new path. The sacred insight is this: your mind is a compass, and a compass draws circles. Change the circle, and you change the world that spins within it. Thought is geometry, and geometry is destiny. Build carefully, and your life will reflect the beauty of your design. Your thoughts don't just stay in your head. They ripple outward. They ride on frequencies carried by waves. Your brain emits like signals from a tower. These waves aren't imaginary. They're measurable, and they hold the key to the invisible bridge between you and everything you've yet to call in. Brainwaves are not just byproducts of thought. They are portals. They are the gateway to the ether, where potential becomes real, where thought becomes form, and where the formless begins to organize around your inner state. Each brainwave frequency corresponds to a different level of consciousness. Beta, the fast-moving state of alertness, keeps you tethered to the surface. Alpha, the gentle rhythm of daydream and calm, begins to open doors. Theta, the dreamlike realm of imagination and emotion, is where deep imprinting occurs. And Delta, pure stillness, is the realm of the subconscious and the soul. The ether responds best when you're in the states closest to silence, because in those states you are no longer thinking at the world. You are receiving from it. In 1948, a man named Lionel Brackett lived in a quiet town in Oregon. He was known for his sharp intellect, but also his restlessness. He couldn't sleep, couldn't relax, always thinking, always strategizing. He read about manifestation and visualization, but nothing seemed to stick. One day, a traveling lecturer passed through town, speaking on the electrical field of the mind. Something about the idea sparked his curiosity. After the talk, Lionel approached the man and asked, "Why isn't this working for me?" The man smiled and said, "Because you're transmitting so loudly, you can't receive." That sentence changed everything. Lionel began exploring states of silence. At first, it was hard, but each night before sleep, he practiced slowing his mind, not forcing thoughts but letting them dissolve. Over time, he slipped into deeper waves. In those moments between waking and sleeping, he would visualize, not from force, but from ease, not trying to make it happen, just allowing himself to be inside what he wanted, like a soft imprint. 3 months later, things began arriving. Unexpected checks, conversations, invitations. He hadn't worked harder. He had tuned lower, not in energy, but in wave. And in the lower brainwave states, his thoughts began to reach the field more clearly, no longer scattered but coherent. You see, the ether, the unseen space where all possibilities exist, is not reached through effort. It's reached through frequency, and your brainwaves are the tuning forks. When you calm the noise, you clear the static. You drop from beta into theta, and that's where the subconscious receives. That's where the field begins to respond. Tonight, as you fall asleep, don't just think about what you want. Feel it in slow waves. Picture it not with excitement, but with peace. Let it land in the softness of your mind. The sacred insight is this: your mind is not just a creator, it's a transmitter. And the quieter the wave, the clearer the signal. When you enter the stillness between thoughts, you enter the ether. And from that place, reality listens differently because you've finally tuned in to its language. Manifestation isn't magic. It's biology. It's not about hoping harder or wishing louder. It's about changing the neural wiring that decides what you see, how you act, and what you unconsciously allow into your life. The neuroscience of manifestation is simple but powerful. Your brain doesn't just record your reality, it builds it. And the more often you think a thought, feel an emotion, or visualize a future, the more your brain physically rewires to match it. Neurons that fire together, wire together. This is the foundational truth. Every time you rehearse a new belief, I am worthy, I am safe, I am successful. You're not just telling yourself something nice. You are strengthening a pathway. You are building a neurological road that your subconscious will soon take without question. The more repetition and emotion you bring to that path, the faster it becomes the dominant route. In 1942, a woman named Margaret Ellis lived in San Francisco. She worked as a secretary but dreamed of becoming a landscape painter. For years, she kept that dream at a distance, telling herself she wasn't talented enough, that art was a luxury for someone else's life. But one day she read an article on auto-suggestion and mental rehearsal. The idea that the brain could be trained like a muscle intrigued her. So she began a ritual. Each morning, before touching a brush, she sat for 5 minutes and imagined her hand painting with confidence. She visualized galleries. She heard the applause. She let herself feel it, not as a hope, but as a memory. Her heart would race. Her palms would sweat. The scenes were vivid. Her brain didn't know they weren't real. After several weeks, she noticed a shift. Her hesitation melted. Her technique improved, not because of more hours of practice, but because she was no longer reinforcing the identity of amateur. Her brain had accepted a new identity, and her behavior followed. Within a year, Margaret's work was featured in a local gallery. Her brain changed first, then her life did. You see, the subconscious is the real manifestor, and it only accepts what's familiar. Your job isn't to fight for your future, it's to make it familiar. The brain will always choose the path of least resistance, the most rehearsed thought, the most repeated emotion. If fear is more practice than faith, fear will lead. If doubt is more familiar than desire, doubt will dominate. That's why daily repetition matters. Visualization isn't optional, it's neurological conditioning. Affirmations aren't fluff, they're rewiring commands. Every image, every word, every feeling you repeat creates a structure in the brain. And once that structure is strong enough, your subconscious begins to expect the future you've chosen. It seeks it, filters for it, moves toward it. Tonight, ask yourself, what is my brain currently rehearsing? And is that the life I want to keep repeating? The sacred insight is this: manifestation begins with biology. And when you train your brain to recognize the new as normal, the outer world begins to follow, not through chance, but through chemistry. You're not just thinking differently. You're building the future, one synapse at a time. Reality is not confined to what you can see, touch, or measure. Beneath the surface of physical experience lies a vast field of information, intelligent, interconnected, and alive. This is non-local reality. It exists beyond space and time, and your mind has the built-in ability to access it, not through effort, through tuning. When your brain and nervous system reach a certain frequency, you're no longer limited to what's in front of you. You begin receiving from the field. Non-local reality is where future possibilities already exist, where answers you haven't learned yet wait to be discovered, where synchronicity is born. It's not somewhere out there, it's right here. But you must match it vibrationally. Your logical mind cannot reach it, but your subconscious, your imagination, and your intuitive knowing are fluent in its language. In 1940, a man named Ernest Leland lived in a quiet town in Montana. He was a radio technician by trade, but fascinated by intuition. He kept a journal of moments when he knew things before they happened. Weather shifts, unexpected calls, strange hunches that always proved true. He called it his invisible antenna. He didn't know it then, but what he was accessing was non-local data, a form of awareness that doesn't need evidence to be real. One day, while working on a broken transmitter, he paused and closed his eyes. Instead of thinking through the fix, he imagined being inside the machine. He visualized the wires, felt the current, sensed the blockage. Not as a thought, but as a knowing. When he opened his eyes, he went straight to the issue and solved it in seconds. That night, he wrote, "The answer came from nowhere, or maybe everywhere." You see, the mind can operate like a radio, switching between local signal and global broadcast. Local signal is logic. Local signal is what you've been taught. But when you shift into a deeper state, alpha, theta, or even delta brainwaves, you unlock access to non-local intelligence. This is where ideas arrive whole, where breakthroughs seem irrational, where guidance doesn't come step by step but all at once. This is how great inventors dream solutions, how artists channel entire works, how healers intuitively know what science hasn't caught up with yet. It's not guessing, it's receiving. It's remembering something your conscious mind didn't know it knew. Tonight, create space for that access. Dim the lights, breathe deeply, ask a question, not with urgency, but with openness, then go still. Let your mind drift. Don't try to think, just listen. The answer may not come as a sentence. It may arrive as an image, a feeling, or a sudden calm clarity. The sacred insight is this: you are not limited by what your five senses reveal. Your mind is a portal, and when you release control, soften your thoughts, and enter presence, you cross the border between logic and knowing. The information you need already exists. You don't have to force it. You only have to tune in, because non-local reality doesn't hide. It waits for resonance. Imagination is not child's play. It is not a place of escape, nor is it a luxury reserved for artists and dreamers. Imagination is the throne of creation, the seat of your power. Every reality begins there. Every invention, relationship, transformation, and breakthrough first existed in the invisible realm of thought. And the one who controls their imagination controls the realm that gives birth to form. Most people have been taught to abandon their imagination as they grow, to choose facts over vision, evidence over intuition, reason over dreaming. But when you strip away imagination, you lose access to the blueprint of everything that could be. Without imagination, you are condemned to repeat only what has already been. But with it, you become a sovereign creator, not limited by what is, but empowered by what could be. In 1936, a man named Charles Whitmore worked in a steel factory outside of Pittsburgh. Every day was the same: the clang of metal, the scent of oil, the grind of repetition. But Charles carried something the others didn't. In his pocket was a folded piece of paper, yellowed with time, filled with sketches of a flying machine he had dreamed up as a child. He didn't know how it would work. He just knew it had visited him in his mind over and over again. Each night after work, he would sit under the same lamp, close his eyes, and see himself flying, not in a plane but in the contraption he had drawn. He imagined the wind, the sound, the sensation of lift. It made no sense to anyone else, but to Charles, it was more real than the life he was living. Years later, during a local town fair, an engineer from out of state saw Charles's drawing displayed at a booth and struck up a conversation. That interaction led to collaboration, and that collaboration led to the first prototype of a glider with a unique propulsion mechanism, rooted not in a textbook, but in a man's imagination. You see, the imagination is not fiction, it is forecast. It shows you what could be if you dare to believe it long enough for your nervous system to accept it as familiar. Your subconscious does not distinguish between reality and vividly imagined experience. It takes instruction from what you feel, see, and emotionally experience most often. That's why imagination is not passive, it's directive. Tonight, instead of replaying old memories or mentally rehearsing fear, enter the throne room. Close your eyes. See the life that calls to you. Don't look at it from a distance. Step inside it. Speak from it. Dress it in color, sound, texture, give it breath. The sacred insight is this: your imagination is not fantasy, it's function. It is the throne from which you rule the unseen. And when you sit upon it with conviction, the world begins to bend, not because you forced it, but because you finally remembered who you are, the architect, not the audience. Most people believe they are who they are, and that's the end of the story. They inherit beliefs, habits, temperaments, and assume that's their wiring, their fate. But neuroscience tells a different story. Your brain is not fixed. Your personality is not permanent. The patterns you live by are not final. This is the truth hidden beneath the surface. You are not subject to fate. You are subject to repetition. And the moment you change the repetition, you begin to change the structure. This is the power of neuroplasticity. Neuroplasticity is the brain's ability to rewire itself, to create new neural pathways based on what you repeatedly think, feel, and do. Your brain doesn't care if something is true. It only cares if it's consistent. That means what you rehearse mentally and emotionally becomes your default. Not because it's destiny, but because it's familiar. In 1947, a woman named Eleanor Grayson worked as a receptionist in a doctor's office in Rhode Island. She was kind, reserved, and painfully shy. Her whole life she had been told she was quiet, nervous, not leadership material. Over time, those words became her internal narration. She accepted them not as opinion, but as fact, as fate. One day, a patient gifted her a small book on the emerging science of brain plasticity. The idea fascinated her. She read that the brain could change, not just through study, but through choice. That identity could be reshaped by input, that habits, fears, even confidence could be learned, not taught, learned. She began an experiment. Each morning she would spend 5 minutes standing tall in the mirror, repeating, "I am confident, I am calm, I am magnetic." At first, it felt ridiculous, but she persisted. Her heart still raced before meetings, but she kept going. Over weeks, she noticed subtle shifts. She spoke louder, took longer pauses, asked more questions. Her coworkers responded. Within months, she was promoted to office manager. But the real transformation wasn't the role, it was the revelation. Eleanor realized her fate had been nothing more than deeply rehearsed thoughts, and that new thoughts, when practiced with emotion, built a new brain, a new self. You see, your fate is not written in your blood, it's written in your synapses, and synapses respond to repetition. Every affirmation, every visualization, every time you act from your future self, you are building a new neural pathway, a new electrical current, a new reality. Tonight, ask yourself, what identity am I rehearsing? And what identity am I ready to wire in? Then start small. Speak it, feel it, practice it, not once, but daily, until it becomes familiar. And when it becomes familiar, it becomes you. The sacred insight is this. Fate is a myth dressed in the clothing of repetition. Neuroplasticity is the truth. You are not stuck. You are sculptable. And when you choose your thoughts as deliberately as you choose your clothes, your brain will follow. And so will your life. There is a point where thought becomes form, where emotion becomes environment, where what once lived only in your mind appears before your eyes. This is not poetic metaphor, it is literal. When mind becomes matter, you witness the raw power of consciousness shaping the material world, not by accident, but by design. Your thoughts are electric, your emotions are magnetic. Together, they generate a field that interacts with the quantum landscape. That field is not passive. It communicates with possibility. It selects from the infinite. And what you consistently think, feel, and expect doesn't just stay inside of you. It projects outward, shaping events, drawing people, bending timelines. Matter is not fixed. It responds to energy, and your mind is energy in motion. In 1933, a man named Oliver Pratt lived in a small cottage outside Edinburgh. He was a school teacher with a quiet life and an unspoken dream to build a greenhouse where he could grow rare orchids. But he had no land, no funds, and no reason to believe it could happen. Still, every morning he walked the perimeter of his backyard and visualized the structure. He felt the warm glass, the smell of the soil, the bright blossoms filling the air. He even sketched designs and picked up discarded bricks on his walk home. Neighbors laughed. He had no permits, no plan, but he had a frequency, and that frequency began to affect the field. One day, a retired builder came through town and saw Oliver's sketches pinned above the fireplace. He was so moved by the precision and passion, He offered to help. Others joined in. Bit by bit, the materials arrived. The greenhouse was built not through effort alone, but through alignment. Oliver hadn't forced the dream, he had become it, and matter responded. You see, when you hold a thought with emotional consistency, you begin to shift your electromagnetic signature. You stop hoping and start generating. That energy extends beyond your body. It becomes a signal, and the field, neutral and obedient, reorganizes around that signal. Science has begun to catch up. Heart coherence, brainwave synchronization, quantum entanglement. These aren't just spiritual ideas, they're measurable. But you don't need a lab to prove it. You only need to become it. Tonight, choose one reality you desire. Close your eyes, not to see it, but to feel it. Don't ask when it will come. Become the version of you who already lives inside it. Walk through it. Breathe inside it. Let your heart beat in rhythm with it. The mind does not manifest what it visits occasionally. It manifests what it inhabits. The sacred insight is this: matter is delayed thought. What you hold within long enough becomes what you hold in your hands. Mind is not separate from matter. It is the blueprint behind it. And when you stop asking the world to change first and start changing your signal, matter listens. It has no choice. Because your mind, sustained and certain, always leads the way. Meditation is not about escaping. It's not about silencing the mind or floating into nothingness. Meditation is reprogramming. It is the surgical tool of transformation, the practice that allows you to reach beneath the noise of thought and into the operating system of belief. Through meditation, you don't just calm the mind, you access it. And when you access it, you can rewire it. Most people try to change their lives from the outside. They rearrange habits, schedules, goals. But until you change the internal architecture, the unconscious thoughts and emotional loops, you stay in the same cycle. Meditation offers the doorway out. It drops you beneath the layers of identity and into the space where the nervous system listens. It is here, in this stillness, that change begins, not as effort, but as instruction. In 1945, a woman named Ruth Ellison lived in New Jersey. She struggled with anxiety, though no one would have guessed. Outwardly, she was composed. Inwardly, she was a storm. Her mind never stopped. She feared the future, replayed the past, and lived in a constant state of inner tension. One winter, a friend gave her a book on Eastern breathing practices. Curious and desperate, she tried it. 5 minutes each morning. Close the eyes, follow the breath. No goal, just presence. At first it was chaos. The noise got louder before it got quieter, but she stayed with it, day by day, minute by minute, and something happened, not all at once, but steadily. Her breath deepened, her reaction softened, her sense of time changed. She began to hear the thoughts she had never noticed before, the ones that whispered, "You're not safe, you're not enough." But this time, she didn't obey them. She observed them, and with observation came power. Ruth began visualizing new beliefs during those quiet sessions, not affirmations spoken aloud, but felt internally. I am safe, I am stable, I am open to receiving. With her brain in a theta state, deep, receptive, beyond logic, those new beliefs began taking root. Within months, her health improved, her sleep returned, her relationships softened. She had rewired her mind, not through force, but through stillness. You see, the brain becomes highly programmable in meditation. You enter the same state children live in, the learning state, the imprinting state, and what you place there, thoughts, images, emotions, becomes your new internal normal. Over time, the nervous system accepts it, your behavior reflects it, and reality shifts around it. Tonight, close your eyes. Breathe in through the nose, out through the mouth. Slow, gentle, drop beneath the thinking. Let the noise pass like weather. Then, in that quiet, speak one truth, not out loud, but inwardly. A truth your future self already knows. Let it echo. Let it settle. The sacred insight is this: meditation is not passive. It is programming. And the more often you sit in that space, the more often you teach your mind what to believe next. You are not just calming your thoughts, you are rewiring your reality from the inside out. There is a phenomenon in quantum physics called the observer effect, where the act of observing something changes its behavior. But this isn't just true in a laboratory, it's true in your life. The moment you observe yourself, your thoughts, your patterns, your emotions, you are no longer just the one experiencing. You become the one choosing. This is the observer's paradox. The more awareness you bring to your reality, the more that reality begins to shift. Most people move through life unconsciously. They react, repeat, spiral. Their thoughts seem automatic. Their emotions seem inevitable. They believe they are trapped by circumstance or fate. But the moment they pause, just long enough to watch themselves instead of being themselves, everything changes. Because what is observed with awareness cannot continue in the same unconscious loop. Awareness interrupts the script. In 1943, a man named Henry Dalton worked as a telegram operator in Michigan. He was known for his efficiency but often battled rage beneath the surface. He would snap at coworkers, then feel ashamed. He thought he was just hot-tempered like his father, until one night, in a rare moment of stillness, he watched himself get angry, not after the fact, but as it was happening. He noticed the tightness in his chest, the heat rising, the automatic narrative forming in his head. For the first time, he didn't react. He didn't speak. He simply observed. That pause lasted 3 seconds, but in those 3 seconds he saw the whole pattern unravel. The next day he didn't feel like the same man. Something in him had stepped back, and in doing so, had stepped above. That moment of observation began a process of deep transformation, not because he forced change, but because he became aware of choice. You see, the paradox is this: observation is not passive, it is catalytic. The moment you become aware of a thought, you are no longer inside it. You are outside it. And from outside, you have power. Power to pause, to rewrite, to select a different response. The ego hates this because the ego thrives on automation. But your higher self waits for it because your power lives in consciousness. Tonight, try this. Sit in silence for 5 minutes. Not to stop your thoughts, not to judge them, just to watch. Notice the voice in your head as if it were not yours. Notice the feeling that rises when you think about your future. Don't change it, just witness it. That witnessing alone begins the shift. The sacred insight is this: you are not your thoughts. You are the one observing them. And the moment you observe with awareness, you change the trajectory of what comes next. Because when you stop being the character and start becoming the witness, you reclaim authorship. The story no longer writes you. You begin to write the story, with clarity, with choice, and with power. The world doesn't change first. You do. Not in action, not in effort, but in perception. The way you see life determines how it responds. You may think you're observing reality, but what you're actually observing is your interpretation of it. Change that interpretation, and the world reconfigures around you. This is not imagination, it's instruction, because when you see differently, the world obeys. Perception is a lens, and that lens is shaped by your beliefs, your emotions, your past experiences. If you see through fear, you find danger. If you see through lack, you find limits. But if you see through clarity, certainty, and expansion, doors open. People respond, paths clear, not because the world was different, but because you were. In 1940, a woman named Florence Mayfield worked at a public records office in Philadelphia. Her days were monotonous, and she often felt invisible. Her coworkers spoke over her. Her contributions went unnoticed. One afternoon, she overheard someone say, "People only see what they expect to see." That night, those words echoed in her mind. She began to wonder, what do people expect when they see me? And what do I expect they'll see? She realized she had been carrying the expectation of invisibility. She saw herself as small, and so others mirrored that vision. The next morning, Florence made a simple but radical decision. She walked into the office as if she were meant to be seen. She adjusted her posture, spoke with more presence, made eye contact, not with arrogance, but with quiet certainty. The shift was immediate. People listened. A manager invited her to assist with a new project. Within months, her role changed. But the true change had begun in her perception, not of others, but of herself. You see, reality responds to how you see it, and more importantly, to how you see yourself within it. When you look at life with the expectation of magic, magic appears. When you expect resistance, resistance grows. This is not illusion, it's quantum law. Your observation creates the pattern. Your perception becomes the architecture. The field around you is neutral. It holds all possibilities. But the possibility that collapses into form is the one your vision selects and your emotion energizes. See yourself as loved, and love finds you. See yourself as capable, and doors open. See yourself as already aligned, and the world reflects your wholeness. Tonight, reflect on how you've been looking at life. What have you been expecting without realizing it? What lens are you looking through, and what has it been showing you? The sacred insight is this: the world is not waiting to change. It is waiting for you to see differently. Because when you shift your perception, you shift your frequency. And when your frequency changes, reality has no choice but to obey. Not as a reward, but as a reflection. You're not here to observe what is. You're here to decide what's possible and watch the world rise to meet it. Limitation thrives on attention. It feeds on your gaze, your concern, your need to fix or overcome it. The more you engage with it, the more real it becomes. But there's another way, a quieter, more powerful path. You don't have to fight your limitations. You can become invisible to them. Most people try to overcome limitation by wrestling with it, analyzing it, affirming against it, pushing past it. But what you resist, you energize. The more time you spend focusing on the problem, the more anchored it becomes in your field. You may not realize it, but every time you ask, "How do I get rid of this?" you are still standing in its shadow. The way out isn't through resistance. It's through transcendence. In 1932, a man named Victor Langley lived in a small town in Vermont. He was born with a stutter and spent most of his early life trying to fix it. He read books, did exercises, practiced speeches in front of mirrors. Every word became a battle. But no matter how hard he tried, the stutter remained. One summer evening, a traveling speaker came through town. Victor attended, sitting in the back of the hall, hoping to find a new technique. But what he heard was something else entirely. The speaker said, "You don't fix the ceiling by staring at the crack. You build something so high, the ceiling disappears." That night, Victor stopped trying to cure himself. Instead, he asked a new question. What would I do if this didn't matter? Not if it were gone, but if it were invisible to who I am becoming. He began leaning into roles where silence had power. He taught woodworking. He studied philosophy. He wrote letters. He became known for his presence, not his speech. Over time, people forgot the stutter, and so did he. Victor didn't beat the limitation. He transcended it. He became someone it no longer applied to. You see, limitation isn't always something to remove. Sometimes it's something to outgrow. You become invisible to it by focusing on the identity that lives beyond it. Not by fighting the story, but by writing a new one so compelling the old one fades. Tonight, think of a limitation you've been carrying, one you've tried to overcome, one that feels loud. Then ask yourself, what would I focus on if I wasn't trying to fix this? What version of me already lives beyond this story? The sacred insight is this: you don't overcome by force, you overcome by evolution. And when you shift your attention to who you are becoming, the limitations of your past can no longer find you. You stop feeding them, you stop matching them, and eventually you stop seeing them. Not because they're gone, but because you're gone from their reality. You've become invisible to them and free. Genius is not a personality trait. It is a state, a frequency you can tune into, not a label you have to earn. The greatest minds in history, those who created breakthroughs, works of art, Timeless discoveries didn't have genius. They entered it. They knew how to drop into a space where ideas flowed without resistance, where clarity emerged without effort, where time dissolved and inspiration took over. And you can too, because genius isn't reserved. It's remembered. The state of genius is not about being perfect. It's about being present. So fully immersed in the moment that your mind becomes quiet and something deeper takes over. It's not about adding more thinking. It's about stepping aside and letting something larger move through you. This is what artists call flow, what mystics call divine inspiration, what scientists sometimes call the zone. It's not mythical, it's mechanical, and anyone can access it when they understand the doorway. In 1944, a woman named Lydia Crane lived in New Orleans and taught piano to neighborhood children. She was a good teacher, but by her own admission, not extraordinary. Until one afternoon, while playing a familiar piece, she allowed herself to let go. She stopped following the sheet music and began playing what she felt. Something moved through her, fluid, electric, pure. When she opened her eyes, the children were still, mesmerized. From that day on, Lydia stopped trying to impress and began channeling. She would close her eyes, take a breath, and ask silently, "What wants to come through me today?" Her playing changed. Her teaching changed, her reputation spread, but she always said her talent wasn't hers. It was a state she stepped into. You see, genius is not outside of you. It is the part of you that lives beneath self-doubt, beyond logic, beyond control, and the doorway to it is presence. You enter it when the inner critic goes quiet and the deeper self takes the lead. To channel a state of genius, you must stop thinking from the problem and begin acting as if the solution is already known. Speak from that version of you, move from their rhythm, create not from need, but from flow. Tonight, pick one area of your life where you feel blocked. Then sit in stillness and ask, what would the genius version of me do here? How would they think? What would they trust? Wait for the answer. It won't shout. It will feel like remembering something you forgot you knew. The sacred insight is this: genius is not a gift, it's a gear. And when you enter that gear, your words sharpen, your energy expands, your creations sing. You are not summoning magic, you are stepping into the space where you've always been most powerful. And in that space, what felt impossible becomes obvious. Not because you tried harder, but because you finally allowed the genius within you to speak. Most people live in a state of reaching for love, reaching for success, reaching for clarity, peace, validation, worth. They reach because they believe what they want is out there, somewhere in the distance, just beyond the next goal, the next improvement, the next version of themselves. But reaching carries a subtle message. It's not here yet. And the energy of not here becomes the reality you continue to live in. Receiving is different. It is not passive. It is not waiting. It is a state of open alignment, a vibrational readiness. When you receive, you are not trying to chase the thing. You are allowing it. You are meeting it by being the version of you that is already equipped to hold it. In 1941, a woman named Clara Jean lived in a quiet neighborhood outside Boston. She had spent most of her life striving. She worked long hours, saved every penny, and constantly pushed herself to be deserving of her dreams. But no matter how hard she tried, life felt just out of reach. Opportunities slipped through her fingers, relationships stayed shallow, success knocked but never stayed. One evening, while reading a book of poetry, she came across a line that struck her: "You cannot grasp what is already in your hands." She put the book down and wept. She realized she had been so busy proving herself, so caught up in doing, that she had forgotten how to simply be, how to open, how to trust, how to receive. The next morning, she made a decision. No more chasing, no more reaching. She began every day with a quiet declaration: "I am available for what is already mine." She walked slower, spoke more softly. She began treating herself not as someone trying to become worthy, but as someone who already was. Within months, her life shifted. New clients arrived through referrals. A former friend rekindled connection. Financial ease began to flow, not because she forced it, but because she finally let it in. You see, receiving is not a reward. It is a frequency. And when you align with it, you stop sending out the signal of lack. You stop blocking what's trying to arrive. Reaching creates tension. Receiving creates space. Tonight, pause and ask yourself, where am I still reaching? What am I trying to force into place? What if I became still enough to receive it instead? Imagine opening a door, not because you're chasing what's outside, but because you're ready to let it in. The sacred insight is this: the life you want isn't far away. It's waiting in a dimension that matches your willingness to receive. And when you stop striving to earn what's already yours, the current of life changes direction. It moves toward you because the field doesn't respond to effort, it responds to permission. And when you give yourself that, everything you once chased begins to arrive. Effortlessly, gracefully, exactly on time. Most people build their lives from facts. They look at what's in their bank account, what's on the calendar, what others have said or done, and use that information to decide what's possible. This is how most of the world operates, by reporting the visible and reacting to the known. But if you want to live a life beyond repetition, you must stop building from facts and start living from the field. Because the field, unseen, intelligent, infinite, is where reality is made before it is seen. Facts are old news. They are echoes of past energy. Your job, your health, your relationships. What you see now is just a snapshot of yesterday's frequency. It is not a prophecy. It is not fixed. But if you keep reacting to it, you keep recreating it. To live from the field means you stop asking, what is happening, and start asking, what am I broadcasting into the field right now? In 1946, a man named Gerald Whitman lived in a rented room above a bakery in San Diego. He had just lost his job and was facing eviction. The facts were clear. He had no income, no contacts, and no time. But something in him refused to panic. He remembered a quote from a teacher years before: "Reality bends to inner certainty faster than it bends to external effort." So he did something most would find absurd. He sat still. He closed his eyes, and he began to feel himself living in the outcome he wanted: peace, stability, creative work, abundance. Each morning, before checking the mail or making calls, he tuned into the version of himself who had already made it through. He didn't ignore the facts. He just didn't feed them. He fed the field instead. He aligned his frequency with the result, not the problem. Within days, an old acquaintance offered him a temporary writing job. That job led to a long-term contract. Months later, he was not only financially stable, he was thriving. He often said, "I didn't climb out of my situation. I rose above it, and the facts caught up." You see, the field is responsive. It doesn't need proof to act. It needs alignment. When you live from the field, you move as if your reality is already matching your inner signal. You speak from the outcome. You think from the solution. You feel from the fulfillment. And the facts begin to rearrange. Tonight, ask yourself, where am I still letting facts override my frequency? Where am I letting what is dictate what will be? Then close your eyes and find the field. The version of you beyond evidence. The version of you who already knows. The sacred insight is this: facts are temporary. The field is eternal. And when you live from that space, unshaken by current conditions, you don't ignore reality. You redesign it. Because life doesn't change when you observe the facts. It changes when you broadcast a new one, from the inside out, from the field first. There is a point where the personal mind dissolves, where thoughts soften, identity quiets, and a different intelligence begins to rise, not louder, but deeper. It's not something you think, it's something you join. This is the mind meld, the moment when your awareness unites with the infinite. You are no longer trying to solve. You are no longer trying to manifest. You're no longer asking the universe for something. You are the universe, awake inside itself. Most people try to use the mind like a tool, swinging it at problems like a hammer, But the mind, when detached from the whole, is limited. It loops, doubts, defends. The personal mind relies on what it already knows. But the infinite mind, the field of consciousness that exists beyond you, holds everything, every solution, every outcome, every possibility. And when you stop trying to control and instead merge with that field, things begin to move not by force, but by flow. In 1939, a man named Samuel Baird lived in the hills of Northern California. He was a carpenter, quiet and humble, but internally restless. He felt he was meant for more than building furniture, but he didn't know what. Every night, he sat on his porch, asking the same question, "What is my path?" And every night, silence answered. One evening, exhausted from the asking, he gave up. Not out of despair, but surrender. He stopped asking. He stopped thinking. He just sat, listened to the wind, the stars, the quiet. And in that stillness, something opened. An idea formed, not with words, but with knowing. It felt like it didn't come to him, but through him. It was a blueprint for a design, one he had never seen before. He drew it the next morning. That design became the basis of a new kind of support beam, stronger, lighter, faster to install. It changed his life and eventually parts of the industry. But he always said the idea wasn't his. It came from the space behind thought. You see, the infinite doesn't speak in noise. It speaks in clarity. And to hear it, you don't have to try harder. You have to let go. The mind meld happens when you drop beneath your thinking and become the field itself. In this space, you don't need to plan, you perceive. You don't need to predict, you feel. You don't need to chase, you receive. Tonight, sit in silence. Don't ask for anything. Don't try to quiet your mind. Simply become aware of what's behind the mind, the space between thoughts, the vastness beneath the story. Let yourself fall into it, merge with it, melt into the knowing that doesn't need words. The sacred insight is this: you are not a mind trying to connect with the universe. You are the universe remembering its mind. And when you merge with it, when the little self dissolves into the greater whole, clarity comes, ideas come, peace comes, not because you found the answer, but because you finally stopped being separate from it. There is a kind of prayer that doesn't require speaking. It doesn't begin with a request, and it doesn't end with an amen. It has no language, no formality, no structure. It is silent, deep, and pure. It lives beneath desire, beneath thought, beneath hope. This is the prayer beyond words, the sacred alignment where you no longer ask the universe for something because you've already become the energy of it. Most people pray from lack. They pray because something is missing, because they feel separate, because they need change. And there is nothing wrong with this. It is honest and often healing. But the most powerful prayer is not a plea. It's not even a sentence. It is presence. It is a state of being that says, I already know it's done. I already trust it's here. In 1942, a woman named Althea James lived on a small farm in rural Virginia. Her days were long, her resources few, and her prayers frequent. She would kneel each night asking for strength, for help, for answers. And though she believed deeply, the answers came slowly. One night, as the wind howled and her lantern flickered, she paused mid-prayer. Something inside her whispered, "What if you stopped asking and just listened?" She closed her eyes, took a breath, and instead of speaking to the sky, she felt into it. She let the silence fill her. She imagined being held, supported, understood, not someday, but now. Her body softened, her heart slowed. She didn't speak another word that night. She just stayed in the feeling. The peace was immediate, the shift was unmistakable. From that night on, Althea's prayers changed. She no longer asked, she aligned. She didn't say, "Please bring me peace." She became peace. She didn't beg for guidance. She entered stillness and let it arrive. And things began to move, inside her and around her, not from force but from frequency, not from language but from resonance. You see, the universe doesn't hear your words. It hears your energy. The prayer beyond words is the moment when you no longer try to reach for the divine. You merge with it. You become the embodiment of trust, of knowing, of gratitude. And from that place, you don't have to ask for what you want. It arrives because you've already said yes to it with your being. Tonight, don't speak your prayer. Feel it. Imagine the moment it's already answered. Breathe as if it's done. Rest in the emotion you've been seeking, not later, but now. The sacred insight is this: the most powerful prayer is not something you say. It is something you become. When your energy matches the outcome, when your being speaks louder than your words, reality responds, not to your voice, but to your vibration. Because the divine doesn't need convincing, it only needs coherence. And when your whole being becomes the prayer, the answer has nowhere else to go but to you. There is a current always trying to carry you toward healing, toward alignment, toward everything you've already called into your field. But most people are swimming against it without realizing. Resistance doesn't always look like struggle. Sometimes it hides in subtle tension, in control, in overthinking. Sometimes it disguises itself as logic, perfectionism, or caution. But no matter its shape, resistance delays. It blocks. It slows the natural unfolding of what's already yours. The answer is not to push harder, it's to rewire yourself for non-resistance. Non-resistance is not passivity. It is not giving up. It is the art of relaxing into the flow while remaining anchored in power. It is responding instead of reacting, allowing instead of controlling, trusting instead of tensing. When you are in a state of non-resistance, your energy becomes available again. The universe can finally move through you instead of around you. In 1940, a man named Leonard Graves worked at a shipping yard in Boston. He was known for his discipline and work ethic, but also for how tightly he held everything. Plans, expectations, emotions. Every task had to be done a certain way. Every step had to be calculated. And though he was respected, his life felt narrow, rigid, and exhausting. One winter, after a sudden storm delayed an important shipment, Leonard found himself pacing, breath shallow, fists clenched. A coworker said gently, "Maybe life's not fighting you, Leonard. Maybe you're fighting it." The words hit. That night, he sat alone in silence and realized he had been holding everything so tightly because he was afraid of what might happen if he didn't. But in that grip, he'd been cutting off possibility. The next morning, he did something radical. He let the day unfold without interference. When delays came, he breathed. When plans changed, he adjusted. He didn't collapse. He expanded. He discovered that his power didn't diminish when he stopped resisting. It grew, because energy that had once gone into control now flowed into clarity. You see, resistance is a habit, a learned survival response. And like any habit, it can be rewired. It starts with awareness, with catching the clench in your jaw, the urgency in your breath, the fear in your thoughts. Then softening, not by force, by choice. Tonight, ask yourself, where am I still resisting what already wants to move through me? Where am I gripping, planning, overanalyzing? Then pause, breathe, imagine loosening the rope, not to fall, but to float. The sacred insight is this: your natural state is receptive, open, fluid. Resistance is the interruption. And when you rewire yourself to soften into uncertainty, to meet life without armor, you make space for the flow to return. You become the channel instead of the dam, and what was once stuck begins to move, not because you pushed it, but because you finally stopped pushing it away. Your body hears every thought you think. It absorbs every belief you carry, not just intellectually, but physically. Muscles tense around fear, posture folds under unworthiness, breath shortens in the presence of guilt. Over time, your body becomes a mirror of your inner world. It reflects not just your habits, but your identity, not just your lifestyle, but your beliefs. You don't just think your reality, you wear it. Most people see the body as separate from the mind. They treat physical tension, fatigue, illness, or posture as random or purely mechanical. But the body does not lie. It expresses what the conscious mind often denies. If you believe you must carry everything alone, your shoulders tighten. If you believe you must stay small to be safe, your chest sinks. If you believe you're not allowed to rest, your body stays in a subtle, unrelenting alertness. In 1947, a woman named Eleanor Dunn worked in a tailor shop in Cincinnati. She was quiet, reliable, and always tired. Doctors found no illness, no condition, just exhaustion. One day, while being fitted for a new coat, the tailor asked her to stand taller. She tried, but something inside resisted. It felt foreign, unsafe. Later that night, she stood in front of her mirror and asked, "Why does it feel dangerous to take up space?" She traced the feeling back to childhood. Being small had kept her invisible, and being invisible had kept her safe. The belief was buried, but her body never forgot. It had built itself around that belief. And now, decades later, it was still mirroring that story. Eleanor began a quiet experiment. Every morning, she stood in front of the mirror and slowly adjusted her posture, not just physically, but energetically. She said aloud, "It's safe to be seen." At first, it felt unnatural, but repetition softened the edges. Over time, her energy shifted. She spoke more in meetings. She began to laugh more openly. Her fatigue faded. Her body had received new instructions, and it responded. You see, your body is always listening, and it will keep reenacting old beliefs until you give it permission to embody new ones. This is why change must happen not only in your thoughts, but in your form. Affirmations are powerful, but embodiment is louder. Tonight, notice your posture, your breath, your tension. Ask, what is this telling me about what I still believe? Then go one step further, shift it. Stand like someone who trusts life. Breathe like someone who belongs. Walk like someone who is already free. The sacred insight is this: the body does not argue, it demonstrates. And when you teach it new beliefs through movement, through posture, through breath, it becomes your ally. You don't need to convince it. You only need to lead it. Because when the body begins to reflect the truth of who you are becoming, your reality follows, not out of effort, but because your entire being now agrees. Most people try to change their lives through action. They wake earlier, work harder, speak louder, try more. They adopt new routines, set big goals, and measure progress by output. But if the action isn't anchored in identity, it eventually collapses. Not because the action was wrong, but because it wasn't supported by belief. This is the quiet failure behind many efforts. Action without identity becomes sabotage. When your behavior outpaces your self-image, you create friction. You try to step into something you haven't claimed as yours. You say the words, but your body doesn't believe them. You make the move, but your subconscious is still playing the old script. The result? You sabotage. You delay. You unconsciously create the very obstacles you feared, not because you're weak, but because the inner world hasn't caught up. In 1938, a man named Joseph Adler lived in Milwaukee. He had a dream of opening his own shoe shop. After years of saving, he finally found a space, ordered supplies, and opened the doors. But every time someone walked in, he felt nervous. Small, like an imposter. He offered discounts before people even asked, apologized for his prices, avoided conversations. Within 3 months, the shop closed. Years later, a friend asked what happened. Joseph replied, "I never felt like an owner. I was just pretending." He had taken the action, but not the identity. The shop didn't fail because the market was wrong. It failed because the man running it still saw himself as someone who wasn't allowed to succeed. You see, identity is the container. It holds the frequency that action builds upon. When you act from alignment, when your moves match your belief, you flow, you attract, you expand. But when you act from scarcity, from insecurity, from desperation masked as discipline, the energy behind the action cancels the outcome. The solution isn't to stop acting, it's to pause before you do. To ask, who is doing this? The version of me who already believes it's working, or the one trying to earn worth through results? When the doer changes, the doing transforms. Tonight, reflect on the actions you've been taking. Are they coming from your future self or from a past identity trying to prove itself? Then choose one belief your future self holds, one internal statement that feels just slightly out of reach. Begin repeating it, feeling it, becoming it. Then take action, not to become that version, but from that version. The sacred insight is this: action without identity will always feel uphill. But when your inner world aligns with your behavior, doors open. People respond, results accelerate. Not because you did more, but because who you were being finally matched what you were doing. The foundation was set, the signal was clean, and life, as it always does, mirrored back your truth. Your body speaks before you do. It speaks to the world, to your subconscious, and to the field around you. Long before a word leaves your mouth, your posture has already announced your belief. Whether you walk with confidence or caution, expansion or contraction, you're broadcasting something. That signal creates momentum or resistance, opportunity or avoidance. This is the physics of posture, and it's more than just body language. It's energetic alignment in motion. Most people think posture is about looking a certain way, but posture is frequency made physical. Your shoulders, your spine, your gait, all of it reflects your inner state. If you see yourself as uncertain, your body closes. If you see yourself as unworthy, you shrink. But when you begin to shift posture intentionally, not from vanity but from identity, you begin to change your reality. Not because you forced something, but because you finally matched something. In 1934, a woman named Miriam Adler worked as a clerk at a post office in upstate New York. She kept to herself, spoke softly, and often felt invisible. But one day she read an article about body mechanics and confidence. One line stood out: "The spine carries not just your frame, but your story." That sentence wouldn't leave her. She began experimenting. She stood a little taller, held her head a little higher, took deeper breaths as she walked. She didn't change her clothes, she didn't speak louder, but something shifted. Customers began looking her in the eye. Co-workers started asking her opinion. A manager invited her to a planning committee. Within months, she was offered a leadership position she hadn't even applied for. What changed? Not her skill, not her knowledge, her posture, but more importantly, the identity that posture was now aligned with. She was no longer walking as who she had been. She was walking as if she already belonged in the room she used to avoid. And the room responded. You see, posture is not performance. It's embodiment. When you walk as if you are powerful, the body starts to believe you. When the body believes, the mind follows. And when both are aligned, reality moves. Because the world doesn't respond to who you wish you were. It responds to who you walk as. Tonight, notice your walk, your stance, the way you enter a room. Ask yourself, am I walking as the version of me I'm becoming, or the one I'm trying to outgrow? Then make a small shift. Roll your shoulders back. Lengthen your spine. Breathe slower. Walk into your kitchen like it's your dream office. Sit in your chair like it's your throne. The sacred insight is this: your body is not waiting for your life to change. It's waiting for your permission to lead. And when you walk as if you already are, when your movement reflects the energy of arrival, life has no choice but to meet you on that path. Because in physics, form follows motion, and in energy, results follow posture, always. Most people wait to feel the emotion until the event arrives. They wait to feel joy when the relationship begins, peace when the money comes, freedom when the schedule clears. But this waiting delays the very thing they're asking for. Emotion is not a result, it's the activator. When you embody the emotion before the event, you create the conditions for the event to arrive. This is not about pretending, it's about priming. The universe doesn't respond to words, it responds to vibration, and emotion is the fastest, clearest signal of your frequency. If you can feel the way you expect to feel after the manifestation, now you collapse time. You stop waiting for permission to feel good and start broadcasting from the reality you want to live in. And what matches that broadcast comes looking for you. In 1939, a man named Paul Merritt worked in a printing press in Chicago. He dreamed of being a writer, but rejection had worn down his confidence. Every time he submitted a story, he did so with hope, but also with dread. And every time a letter came back unread, it confirmed the feeling he didn't want to admit. Maybe I'm not meant for this. One evening, while walking home, Paul passed a jazz club and heard music that made him stop. It was joyful, alive, free. He stood there, closed his eyes, and for a moment he imagined what it would feel like to already be published. Not as a fantasy, but as a frequency. He didn't think about it, he felt it. The pride, the calm, the creative certainty. He stayed there for a few minutes, then went home and wrote, not from hope, but from embodiment. He began doing it every night. Before picking up his pen, he would breathe, drop into his body, and generate the emotion of having already succeeded. The words began to flow differently. His tone changed. His confidence showed up on the page. Within 6 months, one of his stories was picked up by a regional magazine. A year later, he left the press. You see, emotions are not passive reflections of what's happening. They are instructions. When you feel joy, your body releases chemicals that influence decisions, posture, even perception. When you feel peace, your nervous system resets and allows creativity. The emotion is not just a side effect, it's the catalyst. Tonight, close your eyes and ask, what would I feel if the thing I want had already arrived? Don't analyze, feel. Let the emotion rise as if it's already real. Let it color your breath, your shoulders, your voice. Don't chase the event. Generate the emotion. The sacred insight is this: you don't wait to feel it. You feel it to create it. And once the body believes, the brain follows. Once the brain follows, the world reflects. Because the emotion you embody becomes the experience you invite. Not someday, but now. There is a moment before every transformation where the air goes still. A pause, a breath, and then a decision. Not a wish, not a maybe, a full-body yes. A decision is not a thought, it's a frequency. It's the energetic signal that says this is happening before a single thing has changed. And when you decide, truly, deeply, completely, you activate momentum that no plan or strategy alone can generate. Most people think action creates momentum, but it's decision that flips the switch. Because decision clears the static, it collapses confusion, it signals to the field, all of me is moving in one direction now. And when that signal is clean, the universe begins to reorganize. Not slowly, not later, immediately. In 1940, a man named Harold Vance lived in Pittsburgh. He had worked the same desk job for 15 years, always telling himself that someday he'd open a small design shop. He sketched blueprints in secret, read books on architecture late into the night, but never made the leap. Why? Because he hadn't decided. He had flirted with it, entertained it, even visualized it, but the energy behind his thoughts was tentative. One morning, after a sleepless night of worry, Harold stood in front of his mirror and asked, what if I stopped waiting for the right time and made it right by moving? In that moment, something shifted, not in logic, but in certainty. He felt it in his spine. He walked into work that day and gave notice. No safety net, just a full-body decision. Within a week, a friend offered him space to use for his designs. A former client reappeared with a commission. Things began moving, not because he finally had everything figured out, but because his frequency had become undeniable. He had sent a signal that said, I've already leapt, and life moved to catch him. You see, hesitation is heavy. It slows down energy. It scatters your signal. When you say, I'll try, the universe hears, I'm not ready. But when you decide, this is the new timeline, the universe hears, let's move. Decision is sacred, not because it changes everything instantly, but because it changes you. And once you shift, everything around you begins to respond. people notice, opportunities appear, clarity sharpens, not because they weren't there before, but because your decision finally opened the door. Tonight, ask yourself, what have I been circling, avoiding, or half choosing? What am I ready to claim without backup, without proof, without delay? Then decide, not in your head, but in your being. The sacred insight is this. Momentum doesn't come from the world pushing you. It comes from you leaning fully into your choice. Because the moment you stop entertaining options and start embodying outcomes, reality begins to gather around your feet, waiting for your next step. Decision isn't just the beginning, it's the invitation. And when it's clear, momentum answers like a flood. Your energy sets the tone for everything. Before the day begins, before the first message is read or the first decision made, your frequency is already casting its signal. That signal doesn't just affect how you feel. It affects what you attract, how others respond, what ideas flow, and what doors open. Without grounding, you drift. You get pulled into other people's urgency, the noise of the world, and the pressure of proving. But with an anchor, you hold steady. You become the center that everything else revolves around. That's the purpose of the daily anchor practice. Most people wake up and fall into momentum that doesn't belong to them. They check notifications, absorb the mood of the world, and let their nervous system be hijacked by urgency. But the mind is most programmable in the first few minutes of waking. That window is gold. If you don't direct your energy, something else will. In 1943, a woman named Ruth Bellamy lived in Minneapolis and worked as a bookkeeper. Her job was mechanical, but her spirit wasn't. She wanted more, clarity, calm, creativity, but always felt behind, scattered before the day even started. One morning, while reading an old almanac, she stumbled on a farmer's ritual. Before the field is touched, the hand must be still. That line stayed with her. The next day, she woke 30 minutes earlier and sat by her window with a notebook. No phone, no agenda. She asked herself 3 questions. Who am I becoming? What energy will I carry today? What is already working in my favor? She didn't write paragraphs, just intentions. Then she sat in silence for 5 minutes, breathing into those answers. She called it her anchor. Within weeks, things began to shift. She found herself speaking with more certainty, saying no without guilt, noticing synchronicities she used to miss. The world hadn't changed. She had. She wasn't reacting. She was radiating. You see, the daily anchor practice isn't about productivity. It's about presence. It reminds your body and mind who is leading. It returns you to center before the world offers its distractions. And when you hold your center, life meets you with less resistance and more rhythm. The practice is simple. Each morning before anything else, sit with yourself. 1 page, 3 questions, a few breaths. Anchor to the version of you that already exists beyond fear, beyond reaction, beyond the old story. Then move into the day from that place, not to get more, but to be more. Tonight, set your space for tomorrow. Create the ritual, the pen, the chair, the stillness. Make it sacred. The sacred insight is you don't need to control every hour. You only need to claim the first few minutes. Because if you anchor early, the waves of the day lose their power. You remain steady, aligned, clear, and the world responds, not to your speed, but to your grounded signal. Anchor daily, lead deliberately, watch what unfolds. The subconscious is not changed by force. It doesn't respond to logic, timelines, or spreadsheets. It responds to rhythm, repetition, emotion. It responds to what is done consistently, not what is done once with intensity. This is why rituals are so powerful. They bypass the thinking mind and speak directly to the deeper layers of belief. When performed with intention, rituals become code, writing new instructions into the subconscious where real change begins. You can say an affirmation 100 times, but if there's no feeling behind it, no consistency, it never lands. The subconscious isn't listening to words. It's listening to pattern. Ritual creates pattern, and pattern becomes identity. In 1940, a man named Elias Monroe lived in a boarding house in New Hampshire. He was a quiet man, humble and hard-working, but carried a sense of never quite belonging. No matter what room he entered, he felt like an outsider. One evening, he attended a lecture on symbolic repetition, a talk about how certain daily acts, when done with intention, could rewire the sense of self. That night, Elias created a ritual, simple, silent. Each morning, before dressing for the day, he placed his hand over his chest and said aloud, "I am welcome here." Then he put on his coat, not just to stay warm, but as if he were wearing the energy of that belief. At night, he repeated the ritual in reverse, removing the coat slowly, thanking the day, reaffirming the feeling. At first, nothing seemed to shift, but by the third week, others began responding differently. Conversations lingered longer, invitations came more freely, his posture changed. The energy he walked with was no longer seeking permission, it was carrying presence. He didn't become someone else, he became someone who belonged. Not because he convinced others, but because he convinced his subconscious. You see, your subconscious is always listening to how you move, how you speak, how you prepare, how you end the day. If you treat yourself as rushed, it learns you are secondary. If you treat your desires casually, it learns they're not serious. But if you show up each morning like your life matters, if you create small, repeated moments that encode belief, the subconscious listens, it adapts, and eventually, it obeys. Ritual doesn't need to be elaborate, it needs to be felt. Lighting a candle while speaking an intention, taking 3 slow breaths before answering emails, looking in the mirror and saying, "This is who I am now." Done once, it's nothing. Done daily, it's transformation. Tonight, create one ritual. Small, sacred, honest. Choose a time of day. Tie it to something ordinary. Then give it meaning. Let it speak a new truth to the part of you that no longer needs to be convinced, just consistently shown. The sacred insight is this: your subconscious doesn't need more information. It needs instruction, and rituals are how you give it. Not by forcing change, but by becoming it. One silent, powerful act at a time. Clothing is not just fabric, it's a frequency. Every piece you put on communicates something, not only to others, but to your subconscious. What you wear is a declaration of identity, a silent, embodied signal that says, "This is who I am, this is what I allow, this is what I believe I'm stepping into." Most people dress for habit, for function, for comfort. But what if you dressed for becoming? What if you used clothing as a tool to anchor a new self? The subconscious is always watching. It listens to what you say, yes, but more powerfully, it watches what you do. If you say you are stepping into your next level but continue to dress like you're hiding, avoiding, or apologizing for your presence, the message becomes scrambled. But when your outer world begins to reflect the energy of where you're headed, something clicks. The subconscious stops hesitating. It starts adapting. In 1931, a woman named Rose Milligan worked as a typist in a busy London office. She was talented, intuitive, and deeply creative, but she rarely shared her ideas. She dressed plainly, spoke softly, and moved quietly. One morning, while walking to work in the rain, she passed a window display and saw a bold emerald green coat. Something stirred. She couldn't afford it, and it didn't fit her role, but she returned the next day and bought it anyway. When she wore that coat to work, everything changed. She stood differently. She spoke with more authority. People listened, not because of the coat, but because of the identity she allowed herself to embody when wearing it. It became her armor of alignment, and soon she was no longer taking dictation. She was writing her own proposals. Within a year, she had left the job to begin her own consultancy. She often said, "I wore my future before it arrived." You see, your wardrobe is not about impressing others. It's about affirming yourself. It's about wearing the energy of the life you're stepping into, not someday, but now. When you dress from identity instead of obligation, you don't just look different, you feel different. And when you feel different, you act differently. And when you act differently, the world responds. This doesn't mean wearing luxury or dressing to someone else's standard. It means choosing clothes with intention, asking each morning, what would the future me wear today? How would they move in this skin? What energy would they carry into the room? Then honoring that with action. Tonight, look at your closet. Notice what feels expansive, expressive, powerful, and what feels like it belongs to an older version of you. Then make a choice. Lay out something for tomorrow that declares your becoming. The sacred insight is this: what you wear is not superficial, it's symbolic. And when your clothing begins to match your calling, your subconscious listens. It stops protecting the past and starts preparing for arrival, because you didn't just imagine your next level, you put it on, and the world will follow your lead. Before the world believes it, before anyone else reflects it, you have to move like the future you, not just in ambition, not just in words, but in physicality. Movement is identity in motion. How you walk, how you sit, how you enter a room, these are all signals. The way you carry your body tells your subconscious who you are. And the moment you start moving as if you've already arrived, your frequency shifts. And when your frequency shifts, reality responds. Most people wait for a milestone to change how they show up. They think, when I get the job, I'll stand taller. When I'm successful, I'll walk with more confidence. When I'm chosen, I'll feel more open. But the opposite is true. The body doesn't follow the future follows the body. When you move like the person who already has what you're calling in, you collapse the distance between now and then. In 1945, a man named Arthur Penn lived in a small apartment in Chicago. He was quiet, polite, often overlooked. He wanted to be a public speaker, to command stages and inspire crowds. But in his day-to-day life, he moved like a shadow, shoulders hunched, steps short, eyes downward. One day, while watching a film about great orators, he noticed something. They all moved differently. There was a rhythm, a presence, a confidence before a single word was spoken. That night, Arthur made a decision. He began studying his own posture. He practiced walking from one end of his room to the other, not like the man he had been, but like the man he wanted to become. At first, it felt silly, but something shifted. When he walked taller, he thought taller. When he moved with certainty, new ideas came. His voice grew stronger. Within a year, he was speaking at local events, drawing crowds. His breakthrough didn't come through words, it came through movement. You see, your nervous system records everything. It remembers how it feels to shrink, to hide, to hesitate. But it can also be taught how it feels to expand, to lead, to embody the next level. And the fastest way to rewire that memory is through movement. Tonight, ask yourself, how does the future me move? How do they walk into a room? How do they gesture? Breathe, sit, then begin practice, not for show, but for signal. Teach your body what it feels like to be them. Let the muscle memory form. Let the identity settle. The sacred insight is this: embodiment precedes evidence. And when your body starts behaving like the person you're becoming, your mind begins to believe it. And once belief is anchored in the body, reality begins to echo that truth. Not because you forced it, but because you moved first. The field noticed and followed your lead. There is a point where everything clicks, where your thoughts no longer contradict your feelings, where your body no longer resists your vision, where your spirit no longer waits for proof. It's rare, it's powerful, and when it happens, when thought, body, and spirit align, the world bows, not out of magic, not out of coincidence, but because alignment is the most magnetic state you can embody. It sends a signal so clear, so stable, that reality has no choice but to reflect it back. Most people live in fragmentation. They think one thing, feel another, and act from a third. They affirm abundance while embodying fear. They visualize success but move as if they're still unworthy. They hope for love but brace for rejection. In that split, manifestation weakens, not because desire is wrong, but because the signal is scattered. Creation answers clarity, and clarity only comes from coherence. In 1936, a woman named Margaret Eloise lived in the hills of Tennessee. She had long dreamed of being a healer, a voice of wisdom and peace for others. But she battled with self-doubt. Her thoughts said yes, but her posture said no. Her spirit whispered, but her actions stalled. Then one spring morning, while walking along a wooded path, she paused beneath a tree and whispered to herself, "What if I let them agree?" That moment became her turning point. She began aligning her mornings to match her message. Her words slowed to match her breath. Her body stood taller. She ate with mindfulness, spoke with purpose. She stopped separating the spiritual from the physical, the mental from the emotional. Instead, she moved, thought, and lived as one whole being. And life noticed. Within months, she was asked to speak at a community gathering, then to lead a local healing circle. Opportunities began arriving not because she chased them, but because she had become a match for them. People said she radiated something, but Margaret knew the truth. She wasn't radiating anything new. She had simply removed the contradictions. You see, the universe is a mirror, not of what you say, but of what you are. And when all parts of you point in the same direction, the mirror reflects with speed and precision. You no longer leak energy. You become a force. Tonight, check in. Are my thoughts aligned with my actions? Is my body expressing my beliefs? Is my spirit grounded in my decisions? Wherever there's misalignment, there's delay. But the moment you unify, when your vision, voice, and vibration match, doors open. Not slowly, instantly. The sacred insight is this: alignment is the true authority. When thought speaks truth, when the body walks it, and the spirit believes it, the field responds without resistance. The world doesn't resist coherence. It reveres it. It bows not to your effort, but to your integrity. Because when all of you says yes, the world says yes back, every time.